you're going to call first. Is he just introducing the songs?
Your Honor, he's already introduced the that he, and the state was going to call Mr. Springfield and say, Mr. Springfield, last year, there's some jail calls that you introduced? Yes.
Okay.
Play the jail calls.
Okay. And that'll take about?
That'll take about 30 to 35 minutes.
Okay. And then we'll move to Investigator Viverito?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then after that, you'll tender Mr. Kendrick's plea?
I believe that would happen either after Investigator Viverito is complete or I guess while she's on the stand, but not questions pertaining to.
Okay. I just need to know when to.
It will not be this, when the court, I believe there's one matter regarding filming that the parties could approach.
Okay.
Well, today, the last day, finish up today.
and I'm sorry, this has been a long trial, so I don't know the date. But when Investigator Viverito, when we had the Dauber hearing related to.
Why do you watch Today in LA?
Breaking news.
Breaking news, weather, what the fires there.
With her traffic.
Traffic is.
We were not provided with that. Ms. said she testified that she develops a training course, other law enforcement on gang investigation. And so we wanted the materials from that course because we believe that we need those in our cross-examination of her. You know, of course, I come from to getting all kinds of information with regard to experts testifying, and we haven't, obviously, we didn't see received a.
Because one doesn't exist.
That's true. One doesn't exist.
One does not have training created.
True, and I'm not disagreeing with the court, but certainly training materials that she uses does exist.
When's the last time y'all brought that up, that, hey, we still need those things?
I cannot tell you, but we've repeatedly asked for them over the year, Your Honor. We just that at some point that may become, actually, what did the court say? It might be something that at that point or brought up if she's does come in as an expert. We're at the point being presumably brought in to testify in XO. We still don't have those materials, Your Honor. I don't have an issue with her testifying.
I understand. I'm just saying, like, we've had Investigator Viverito has been on the state's this list for weeks and weeks. Oh, hey, we don't have the training materials yet. Would have been sometime before, when she's probably already here. And if she doesn't have them in her bag, because nobody's reminded her to be able to access them unless she can maybe do it electronically. I don't mind asking Mr. Atkins to either himself or have one of his investigators step out to where she is and see if she can do anything electronically and but if she can't, you know, it didn't give her a heads up anytime recently, even though we knew she was going to be testifying.
I understand, Your Honor. So if maybe they could do an additional request and maybe it will come up, maybe it won't. If she is allowed to testify as an expert, though, I would ask the court to follow the previous order that the verification of her factual testimony, her expert to prevent confusion to the jury. There was also an instruction that the pre up with. I will endeavor to find it.
Okay.
This is, by the way, not specific to her. It was all the witnesses that were in the dual,
Okay, well, I'm not sure that it's 100% feasible to say, okay, for this set of questions, it's one thing or another, but I will instruct the state to instruct her, or in the way you ask your query. All right, at this point, I'm asking you your expert opinion about whatever it is you may ask.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and I mean, to the extent that you can say times when she's saying, you know, here's some social media, and then for instance, to testify because I've got this background in gas, something or another.
So is the previous court's order no longer in effect about the statement that's to be read?
I'm trying to say how it actually needs to be implemented. And if you want to provide me with whatever instruction you're
And then again, I'm going to, because of what the court just said, that I 1,000% agree that it's very difficult to handle this dual witness, and it is why I objected to witnesses in this dual role. There's plenty of case law that goes against it, but I'm going to maintain an objection to a witness testifying in the dual role as an expert and a fact witness, Your Honor. Just like a
Fairly frequently. And she was qualified as an expert, right? I mean, and then y'all got a ruling after the Daubert hearing, right?
I believe that's correct.
Correct, Your Honor.
That's what I thought. All right, anything else? Fine, but I'll have to check on that. Yes, sir.
Sprinkle was right outside. I'm just gonna double check.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And, but, can somebody get word to her to try to find her training materials?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, jury's not ready. Okay. Did y'all find out, any additional information about those couple of items? You were going to try to either find out like who the people were, or there were a couple where you were going to try to find out the date it got posted. Do we know the answers to those things? Okay. And Mr. Abate, did you get a chance to check the sound so that we at least believe it's going to be working right when Mr. Sprinkle?
Yes, we checked the last.
All right, great, thanks.
Fine.
Good.
See if the rain was.
Who knows?
I want to know if you followed through.
I did.
All right. Can't wait to see that.
Mr. Abadi always fulfills his promise. Instead of an hour, 20 minutes, this should be fine.
Okay.
Bless you.
Judge, just thinking forward while we have a minute, I was thinking forward about what we were talking about regarding directed verdict motions.
Right.
I think it may be, we have obviously a lot of
Evidence.
evidence.
Yeah.
If I could request the state and maybe the court ask the state to, my understanding is present of the evidence that they're seeking to admit, and generally we've complained when it hasn't happened, but generally they've given it to us before the witness testified. They've given us a hard copy.
Okay.
If I was just thinking last night, if the state could forward all those PowerPoints of the evidence that's been admitted to all parties, if they have them in the PowerPoint still, that may help everyone in kind of formulating and getting to the bottom of what's in evidence as a digging through this before Monday or Tuesday or whenever we.
Okay, but y'all are gonna have to, or we even are gonna have to dig through,
We are.
as you say, the evidence anyway, because we're gonna have to sort out what goes out with the
We are.
jury and what doesn't. But I'm sure the state will be happy to do that to the extent they have those available. Thank you. Great, and if you can provide that to the court as well. Thank you.
So, Jeff, I believe, and I'll let Mr. Sharp, Mr. Weinstein look through. I think I took almost all of the ones out that we spoke about, the origin, except for one.
Okay,
The profile for the Instagram profile is Shell_8044. And I did determine it was taken from speaking with Investigator Vigorito on April 1st of 2022. So during that, the drinks murder. But if she told me who it was, it's slipping my mind. And she's she's right outside, so I can go ask her about that and the training materials. But I will let them flip through this.
All right.
This is your copy.
And yeah, I'm just going to remind the state when we're going wiretap, in there, the two spots, I think, that it's only Garlington's words. Just give me a heads up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I've made a specific note to.
great, thanks. All right. And to finish going through that, that's fine. Smaller set of evidence. Any issues?
I wouldn't call it an issue. There's one, I don't believe it's marked by Mr. Abate, so I'm assuming. Don't know.
All right, we ready for in the jury? Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, while the calls are playing, I'm just asking the court's permission ahead of time to remain seated so I can navigate. Thank you, Your Honor.
Come on. Mr. Sprinkle, you are still under oath. I'll just remind you of that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Your Honor.
Atkins, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, up here last, there was State Exhibit 590 Yankee that admitted. Do you recall that?
do.
One of those calls that you pulled with you now was one of those calls in October 20, call from defendant Shannon Stillwell.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to play 590 Yankee on that October 31st, 2015 call from 1 minute and 10 seconds. Your Honor, I just noticed I'm in the Zoom, but for some reason when I shared, oh,
It's not working.
yes, give me one brief second, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Percival.
Oh, okay. What is that? Oh, okay. You want him? Mm-hmm.
Stopping at 2:05. Deputy Sprinkle will call her 13th, 2015 call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson.
Yes.
Your Honor, for the record, to publish 30 of that November 13th call.
You remember I told you I had wrote the treasure like, oh, we didn't know he. They saying gonna fix back. Lil Woody on the phone. He said, what did he say? I don't know. He said you told Trey, he want to know what said. I said I never said they got the charges on him. I didn't know they had the same charges. Oh, I guess that what Trish was talking about. Okay, thank you.
They trying to sit up, push that out for nigga slap.
I don't think she gets much of it to her.
The bad bitch. You and your pussy ass baby daddy got in there. Y'all both y'all on that lane, suck ass little boy, pussy ass hoe. You know,
Shut the hell up. You don't know. Wait till you get your package.
that fuck nigga envy me.
Y'all got one crazy evolution.
Fuck nigga, you hate this thing I had.
Y'all be back rocking with y'all over.
I really gotta shoot myself in the face. Y'all go back right. I don't fuck that. They just want this little young nigga ass in here.
That ain't fun. I know you were laughing.
I wasn't laughing. I was just like, eat that baby.
Shannon shit. Oh. What is that for?
I hear blood and he ain't real right.
He what?
He ain't real right for his blood.
He what?
He ain't real right.
This shit didn't know your own?
It be different shit. Like, niggas push up on different niggas. And the wrong way. Nigga pushed up on me the right way. They pushed up on him the wrong way. Like, hey, bro, you got to go and do this. One was going to get at you, man. So they saying, man, listen, man, do you want to talk to these people because you stressing these big hoes, but you ain't know these folks, man, you want to talk to these folks. Yeah, bro. Now these niggas be got down. I be asking, I like, bro, you got up for rug, bro, but you ain't here panhandling, bro.
In your or did you ever have a name of Rontrez Brock come up?
Yes,
Was that Kenneth Copeland's brother?
it was.
Was there another call when you had introduced from 08 or 4:08 p.m.?
Yes.
And was that a call from Shannon Stillwell or Shannon Jackson?
It was.
Your Honor, I'm publishing from 590 Yankee, November 23rd, 2015 at 6 at 4:19 to play to 6 minutes and 2 seconds, and then we'll play 8 minutes and 56 seconds to 14:40 for the record.
got going on? Yeah, what the hell the fuck come out, man? Shit. Sounds crazy. Yeah. Not police, but yeah, Nick. Yeah. I am. Yes, I am. Alright. How the hell VO did? Huh? How the hell VO did? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. He say, she say. Yeah. Everything alright. See that shit is different from the nigga who they got locked up with him, you hear me? Yeah. Nigga trying to free themselves, so nigga say whatever. But the judge kept saying like, he was just like, they shit, the way they saying like, they should mean because that's how they doing it, like they trying to get it out, get the heat out their ass. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. But if they do that, that's what they gonna do. Put themselves on the scene. Exactly. That was the little, and that what they trying not to do. They beating around the bush. They just saying you did it, and now I mean they can't say you a bitch. They did it. You did it. How you know? How you know you did? You know how the folks do. You know what's going on. More than that, you alright though. Yeah, man. I'm just chilling, man. What about the health? Oh yeah, everything I hear up. No. Yeah. I'm good. Yeah.
Your Honor, I'm now moving to 6, date of 1440.
You look like you straight. Shit, I'm gonna have $6 on them. So when y'all go back to court? On the 18th. And what they say, a hearing? Nah, I just did the preliminary hearing. So ain't nobody getting no bond? Nah, they try all Mutu charge, cause Mutu had a lawyer. They said the same thing about both of them, you feel me? They try all Mutu charge. They did only thing different for the little nigga name, Deep Cook. Yeah. I told him I did it. So that was yeah, he said that's the only different thing. Then he just wrote Mutu to my man, on God, bro, I ain't say that, bro. I go to court before no police lying on me, did that third. Fuck, man. So Mutu got lawyer. Yeah, Mutu got all his shit, didn't he? So you would have you would got joined in me. Hell yeah. What he say it on? I call my man. Huh? I call my man. Shit, I ain't called. Well, Kim just telling me got down to call him my knees. Who? Kim. I ain't calling it though. Who? Kim. Yeah. Them niggas that be talking, bro. Yeah, that's what I be saying. That's why I ain't really just put no F like that fucking stuff. I was been sent. He keep coming down here like money. The fuck you the money is. Oh, that was like come down here though, but he just like shit. I won't go on represent you, but he keeps saying he ain't got all the money together yet. How much they charge him? This nigga, he ain't telling me the price. He just like I told Young Thug he gotta give me everything or nothing. That's all he kept saying. Oh, so he want all his money at one time. He don't want I believe he's doing that. He's doing that because of Thug. You feel me? He know I don't got money, so hey man, I want all my money. You ready? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cause most lawyers they do a payment plan, bro. Yeah, exactly. New guy talked to some lady and she was like 4,000 some shit. She was 4,000. Lord. Man, that nigga I had, he want them money, bro. Yeah, nah, nigga who beat my brother murder case. You know, I'm cool with him. He don't even want that much. 4,000 to start, that's too much. Yeah. I probably give him about 2,500. He probably put me on payment plan like every 2 weeks. Probably pay like 350. Right, what? That's cool, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, cuz. Yo, man. Nice. So what you got out here? What you got now? What you got now? Most of they got now, they got all them aggravated salt shit that they had. Aggravated salt, aggravated batteries, all that shit, them gun charges. You know, they had so what part of that truck? That murder charge? Yeah, they just dropped the murder charge out of them. Man, that ain't shit. That's aggravated salt. They're like that. Yeah. That's how he got like, you know, they got like 9 charges. Drop that murder and stack some on the aggravated salt. Cause they're like 20 years. Yeah, what? You know what I'm saying? That shit still the same thing. Yeah. The murder, they just make niggas say, woof, this ain't got this. They got like the murder, you face the murder charge and them out of aggravated, that shit better because them folks aggravated salt. Them folks telling on them like the nigga mama, she was like telling them folks like, yeah, they damn detailing them folks like, yeah, home with me that night, and they said Lil D already, and Lil D told him he did that when he left the club. He told him he did that, and he told them that most of them with him when he left the club, so they like, shit, he with you, then he had to. Nigga want to talk about that. Yeah.
Stopping Your Honor at 1324. And Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a December 4th, 2015 call from Shannon Still Jackson that was made at 5:31 or 17:31?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to publish from 590 Yankee that December 4th, 2015 call from 8:10 to 8:30.
Is y'all fucking with you?
Who?
You know me. I'm talking about.
Who nigga?
Oh.
You talking about him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he want to pay for everything.
Oh, okay.
Now, Deputy Sprinkle, did you also pull a January 10th, 2015 call at 7:42 p.m. that was placed by Martinez Arnold?
I did.
And was that call to Dravorce Bradford?
It was.
Does he have a nickname of Tuda?
He does.
I'm going to play that January 10th, 2015 call at this time, Your Honor.
This is a prepaid collect call. Also, an inmate at Fulton County Jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring, and your location information may be collected and used by corrections and law enforcement personnel. To accept charges, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. If you would like to permanently,
For a limited time, visit an inmate from the comfort of
Y'all gonna set me up like
Securus, you may start the conversation now.
Dude. Cool. What's down? Y'all gonna set me up like that? Nah, hell no, nigga. Which time you got there? Yeah. Nah, hell no. Y'all good? Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Goldie Mott.
Who that is? Boosh. What's up, short stuff?
What are you doing?
Yeah, brother. We going on. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, got it. Who want to pull up? Yeah. Call Christopher, bro. All right.
You keep calling all these girls.
M.A. Yeah. Crystal.
Yes.
I'm on your nerve.
No. Why you acting today? No.
You know, I've been taking care of this field for 20 years. I've always wondered why do the field goalposts look like two crispy golden fries?
Bernard, come on. Nobody's using goalposts to make you hungry for
French fries! Buy one only on Uber Eats.
I don't know. Why would you ask me something like that? You want me to call Bobby back?
Yeah, she answered. She called you back.
Yeah, but she had went to the bathroom because you said she was gonna go eat or something. Hold on.
Call her.
Okay. Think Dora at her house too, huh?
She at her house or Slime house? Dude. Yeah. Dude. Yeah. You hung up? She hung up? Yeah, she probably didn't try to. A slow ass. Damn,
Yo,
bro.
slow ass.
Huh?
Yo, slow ass.
Who that, Boosh?
Duh.
You got your man out there, man. What are you talking about?
Who said that?
Who said that?
When you coming home?
Court Tuesday. They'll give me a bond Tuesday. They had to wait till I go to the judge.
Okay.
I don't know. See, what's your bond was, too? Mine was 25. They might do 25,000. You did. No,
Right, what makes you think it's gonna be? What makes you think it's gonna be the same as Cutter?
I'm saying elevator something at 20, 30. I ain't gonna go no higher than 40, 50. It ain't gonna be that high though, cause they only do that when you when you dead ass wrong and you don't got them chips or something like that. Shit, 300.
There they go right there. It's gonna be.
What they do?
Crystal don't want to talk to you, man. Ooh.
I ain't gonna talk to you last 2 days. She happy. Every time I call, I'm saying You hung up on me?
I hung up by accident when I was trying to call Dottie because her phone went straight to voice. I mean, call Dora over there. Hold on.
Hey, you slide that tray over here, bitch. Out. Kick it over here. Yeah. Wait. Hell no, I ain't eating that. Oh, nephew.
Hello? Yeah.
Dog with it, homie. You dig what I'm saying?
You did.
Well,
Oh, yeah. You already know. Court on 13. You know. No, the day is 10. The day is 10. He got to court on 13. What they do?
well, y'all know when it get nighttime, we say the day.
You don't know the time, so you think like 11.
Yeah, 9/11. Monday, my last day, really, when they wake us up at 4 in the morning to go to court. This shit ain't for no player, man. Hey, shit.
You see a long way out. You see a long way when you leaving. Triple back ass nigga. Yeah.
Yeah, he was trying to call him. He was trying to call my name. We were locked down though.
Oh, they keep putting you on lockdown?
Nah, them boys have us on lock. We come out the room at goddamn 8. I mean at 9. They send us back in at 12. Come back out at 4. Out at 6. Downstairs come out at 4 to 6 and we come out.
How not to pay off your credit cards. I owe $20K and I pay off with minimum payments. 180 months. And you'll pay up.
Destroy it.
Nah, you gonna do that shit. They doing that convention.
Yeah, that shit so hard, man. What the hell, Thug?
Man, I ain't even get to see that booth, that shit, man. I went to the room. Y'all seen that? The Da Vinci, I went to the room. I didn't know y'all shot the SM. They shot Da Vinci.
Wow. Yeah. Tell him I said what sound?
Yeah. Nah, he right here yet. He with her yet. I think he in the meeting with Leo there.
Oh, what Dolly?
Right here.
Hey Dolly, hey Dolly. Hey Dolly, hey.
Hey Dolly, hey Dora.
Hey Dolly, hey Dora.
Dude, man, who the fuck that was a jetpack guy? Damn, what you I said, good morning, I'm gonna go. I said, man, free fucking dude. Put your ass that tell us jump that the down payment due date is $250, but it's $5 coming out. Let's just say that. What? He said that.
What you say?
Down payment on a down payment for what? My boy.
Oh, she go for the thing. She gonna get.
What in that? She said they just gave her deposit $250 last day. What you trying to have for it? Some place she asked me tonight, but I ain't lying no more.
Hey, down there they going crazy on my IG, bro.
Yeah, you know the folks that keep asking where you at. Answer your phone, bitch. Got a whole lot of money. The folks trying to figure out what's up. Why you can't pay money?
Who money? Nigga ain't talking about no money. They don't get knocked out. No more niggas.
Even people that tell that liqueur. She said she having that liqueur.
Liqueur.
And he said, hey, they put that glowing shit. Yeah.
Tell her to go crazy. Hey, they just brought us some beans. Hey, Dora.
Yeah.
They just brought us. Hey, Chris.
They gonna do. We gonna do their own kids.
They just brought
She
some
gonna do the same
beans.
she did.
They just brought some beans,
They gonna do
some red beans and rice.
red bean and rice, man.
They just brought some red beans and rice with no sauce, no seasoning. It tastes like water. I just tasted a little bit. I just licked it. They gave us some dog food on the sandwich. They gave us 2 wheat bread. They gave us like 3 pieces of salad. 3 pieces of salad with the dressing already on it.
What?
And a big dry ass cake. Fill up the whole one side of the tray. Man, I said, man, listen, bro. This ain't that and that ain't it, bro. Then Chris just tearing her mouth out.
No, about that dog food.
The red beans and rice look like dog food. The red beans and rice.
Yeah.
With the kidney
It's
beans.
like dog shit, don't it?
Yeah, with the kidney beans.
Dog shit.
Man, this shit ain't right, bro. I don't supposed to be getting like
It's
that.
like some shit dog shit.
Yeah, he look like shit. I ain't even, I'm saying, he look like shit. I ain't want to say that because them folks eating all that shit.
Yeah.
I'm saying, shit like dog shit.
So they been in there. They got a hammer. They been in there. How you know it's not no seasoning in? You taste it.
I said I licked it. I tasted it. I tasted on the spoon. So I did like water and a big ass cake.
Crystal is cracking up, baby.
Yeah, she said that. What Crystal is your friend?
Yeah, she's cracking up.
Oh, give a nigga some dog shit, man. Hey, dog.
Straight up, yeah.
Hey, I need y'all to make it done. There you go by, man.
Man, what? Hey, listen, man. We just Amina getting that money to your sister, put the money on your book, or you don't want that shit?
Yeah, she said she was gonna give it to. My sister said she called her in.
Yeah, no. She putting 100 on your book and 100 on the phone.
Don't keep trying to put that on my book. I ain't gonna be here for that, man.
Yeah, this is a job that thought maybe might want to make stores and shit. You know what I'm saying?
We can't even make it go down there where I'm at.
Yeah,
can't even spend it down. They don't even come to us with stuff.
Oh, well, let me tell you, damn.
I mean, they put it on there, they gonna give it to me when I get out.
Hold on, Slime. Hello? Yep. Yeah, man. Nah, we did not know about that shit. They really just keep on the phone.
She can put it on there, cause I might walk the bend on when I get out Houston.
You motherfuckers on the phone. I go, okay, yeah. That motherfucker, it was 2 degrees out in they leg yet. You let yet out. I thought they'd check the gas station. She said, so I wasn't gonna stand in front of that building.
Yeah, no, I'm walking on pay, yo. Straight.
Oh, yeah, it's a number that caught my phone.
You have 1 minute left.
I'm stopping y'all at 14:35.
Deputy Sprinkle, was this the call you had referenced that after, when you listened to this call, what was the next step that you did?
I reviewed the surveillance video from the Texaco station next to the incident location on McDaniel Street.
And was the one of the other calls that you pulled a October 4th call from Diamante Kendrick?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state is going to play from 590 Yankee. From 1 minute and 12 seconds to 3 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay, just first of all, keep your head up, and I just want you to know I love you. Phone yesterday, and I was hoping you call. Keep your head up. Keep your head up. Did Duke get out? Okay, well, he got a whole lot of folks he got to answer to. Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro, cause this nigga fault, bro.
Monte, I love you, but you should have told that nigga fuck that shit. Take that ass whooping. You should have told. You took yours. Okay.
Look, so what is it right tonight, man? I go to court on the 15th.
No, you go to court on the 16th, 1-6.
That's what I said.
Yeah, but they trying to still push the mixtape out.
Cool.
All of them.
Just tell them forget 10 or 13 good songs and drop it. And
Okay.
tell them to find like, don't use that red bandana shit. Even though the bandana burgundy, just tell them to find like a picture like on slime cheese. And what I was finna say, man, these days going like so slow.
Yeah, the day is only the 4th. But I'll be a judge of Judge Atkins. Put his name in the universe. His name Judge Atkins. I done looked him up. I done saw him before too.
Got a lawyer.
We got I'm working on that now.
Just say
You know,
broke, not say name.
huh?
Just say broke, don't say the name.
Bro, yeah, bro.
Hey,
Top of that, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. No, no more.
Sprinkle. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sprinkle, I want to talk to you about the phone calls from with my client Shannon Stillwell on them, okay?
Okay.
About this brief. How many total calls did you review involving Shannon Stillwell?
Somewhere in there, I downloaded over 700 though.
All right. It was 590Y. What date was that first call that we heard?
Well, if we're talking about today, it was October.
That was right after Mr. Stillwell had been in a case where Tierra Jones was shot and killed.
Yes.
And you're aware that car that they were in, you're aware that the facts of that case was a car sped up behind the car that Tierra Jones was driving and shot a bunch of rounds into the back of the car that Shannon Stillwell, Tierra Jones, and Miss Duncan were in, correct?
That's what happened.
Okay, and Shannon was severely injured not from gunfire, but from the car flipping.
That's correct.
And he went to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay, so this call of Mr. Stillwell being released from the hospital, but while at the hospital, he was served arrest warrants for the Donovan Thomas case. Okay, and so hospital and is now in Fulton County Jail on those charges.
I don't know when he was released from the hospital, but that sound, given the timeline of when the Tierra Jones murder occurred and about when the arrest warrants were issued, I'll say that you're correct.
First call, you hear Shannon speaking to a young lady.
Yes.
All right. Do you know who that is?
Betty Jean Jackson is what my notes state.
Okay, well, Betty Jean Jackson is Mr. Stillwell's grandmother. That
Correct.
didn't sound like his grandmother, did it?
No, but that's the number that he called. That doesn't necessarily mean that's who he was speaking
Okay,
with,
could he have
though.
been speaking to Yvette Barron?
Yes, that's very possible. He spoke with her very often.
All right, and that was a female friend of his.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that first call we heard, you heard Mr. Stillwell, they were discussing representation was going to run this very serious case in 2015.
Yes.
And Mr. Stillwell said something to the effect of to visit me.
Yes.
Okay. And then Mr. Stillwell talks about that lawyer said he's worked with all sorts of stars and
yes.
And Mr. Stillwell is trying to figure out if he wants to entrust life in his lawyer's hands.
Yes.
Okay. That met with Mr. Stillwell just before October 31st, 2015.
I don't recall.
You
if
have
I
the
ever
ability-
knew, that is to say, if I ever knew to begin with, I may have, but I don't know now.
You have the ability to the Odyssey system to see what lawyers visit clients, is correct?
Yes, but that's logged in the jail manager area, and in my experience, sometimes visits don't get logged.
Okay.
I don't. Well, I guess I can't say I don't know what's not, but there have been times when I either knew or expected that an inmate received a visit, and I didn't see that it had been logged in Odyssey. But this visit may have been logged. I don't recall if it was there.
Could it have been a Michael Bixon?
Yeah, that name sounds familiar. I think that you're right.
Okay. In fact, you know that Michael Bixon filed your office, the district attorney's office, did not indict this Donovan Thomas case, the alleged murder. You did not indict. Okay, and several of those years, Mr. Stillwell, unindicted Donovan Thomas homicide.
I don't know how long he was in jail, but it was several years.
You know that Mr. Bixon, on behalf of Mr. Stillwell, filed a
Your Honor, to the relevance to this.
Okay, are you
Same
filed
objection, Your
motions?
Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence that I, Max Shard, went to visit Miss October 31st of 2015?
No, I don't believe it would have been you.
Okay. You don't have any evidence that I ever spoke to Mr. Stillwell before he was arrested on this real indictment in 2000? You have no evidence of that.
I don't know who you're speaking with in October of 2022, or if you had spoken with him or you hadn't. I have no idea.
Okay. But you have no reason to believe that he was speaking. Thug sending me to see him in October 31st of 2015.
No, I don't think you would have been even in a position to represent him then, if I correctly.
Okay. Thank you. Now, moving on to the third call, November 23rd at 4:08 p.m. We hear Mr. Stillwell speaking to another man in that call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was a day, there's a thing called preliminary hearings, correct?
Yes.
And preliminary, when someone's arrested, the case is not indicted. There's a court date where an investigator comes in and testifies as to the evidence.
That's usually be an investigator, but probably over 98% of the time it is.
Okay, and you're aware that Mr. Stillwell had a preliminary hearing on the Donovan Thomas case in November of 2015.
Yes.
Okay. Have you reviewed the transcript of that hearing?
No.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. In that hearing, it was Detective Thorpe who testified, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth Copeland didn't testify.
No.
Okay. Quindarius Zachary did not testify at that hearing.
No.
Okay, so when Mr. Stillwell is talking about what happened at the hearing, he's not talking about what Kenneth Copeland or Quindarius Zachary said at the hearing. He's talking about what Detective Thorpe is testified that they said.
That's right.
Okay. Now, on this. Mr. Stillwell, and this was after his prelim was held, correct? Third phone call?
Yes.
In fact, it was right after his prelim was held.
I don't recall the exact date of the prelim. I remember the contextual details of that call. It sounds like it was very close in time to this phone.
Okay. And that phone call audio goes in and out a little bit. You would agree?
Yes.
Okay. I want to be very clear. Shannon, on that phone call to that other gentleman says, this is right after the prelim, little D is saying that I said I did it, correct? He did not say, let's just clear this up because the tape's not the best. He did not say, I told her to say that. He merely said, little D is saying that I said I did.
That's right.
Okay. Also in that tape, you hear Mr. Stillwell on the predict that well was in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The other gentleman says N-words trying to free themselves, correct?
That sounds right, yes.
They trying to get the heat off their ass.
Yes, that was said.
People trying to point fingers at others while not putting themselves at the scene.
Yeah, I believe that's a verbatim quote, yes.
Okay. And trying to free themselves, trying to get the heat off their ass. This is after Mr. Copeland gave statements against Mr. Stillwell on June 1st of 2015, right?
Yes.
And in the context of that interview,
Copeland was yes.
He was facing gun theft charges. For stolen the mother of his child's apartment.
I don't recall that part.
Okay. Computers, where he was claiming Lil Mike.
I'm objecting to this.
I don't know the relevance of that question.
You're not aware of it's
All right, overruled.
You're not aware that Mr. Copeland tried to blame Quez for stealing things that ended up in.
Hang on just a second. Are you saying whether he
I
knows,
should've-
whether this witness knows?
Foundation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Any of those things that Mr. Copeland said?
Yeah. I don't remember that part of his
Okay.
statement.
Trying to get the heat off their ass. The statement by Mr. Zachary claiming that Mr. Stillwell confessed to him. That was made when Mr. Zachary was jailed for shooting up several houses.
Yes.
And with faith charges as well.
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Weinstein?
Good morning, Mr. Sprinkle.
Good morning.
That you played, that was played between Mr. Kendrick's mom, Tasha, and himself. You recall listening to that just now, right?
Yes.
Mr. Language about the mixtape about to drop in that call.
Yes.
Did you investigate that mix?
If I did, I don't recall now.
Okay. And associated with that, do you recall an image of my client wearing a bandana?
I do not.
Okay. But there is a reference in that call where my client informs his mother to change that bandana away from color. I think he says a red color, correct?
That's right. That's what was said.
And given that the state seems fixated on seeing burgundy, orange is red,
Sustained.
do you think it's do you think it's reasonable for my client to want a bandana viewed as red to be changed to another color?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you know that in your investigation, did you find my client being signed to Young Stoner Life Records in 2015?
I believe so. Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. And then again, that mixtape being associated with that.
Yes, I believe. I don't recall exactly, but that sounds right.
Okay. There's also a reference in there of my client's mom, Miss Tasha, speaking to, I think she said speaking to Thug about a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
Do you have, and I believe it was Mr. Bixson that represented my client at the time, do you have any evidence that anyone other than my client retained it's not missing anyway, let's forget whoever the lawyer was. Okay, thank you. The lawyer that was retained for my client at the time, do you have any evidence that anyone other than my client and that lawyer?
I don't know who paid for the attorney or no, I don't have any evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Now,
Deputy Sprinkle's job, do you handle a number of preliminary hearings that was discussed on cross? Do you, and were you that was referenced on cross-examination?
I believe so. If it was the same hearing in which Antonio Sledge his hearing was held, then yes, I was absolutely there. And I believe that Mr. Stoll and Mr. Sledge, this was not over 9 years ago, or 9 years ago, almost probably to the day. So I'm pretty sure I was there.
Now, on cross-examination, there was reference about the information that the preliminary hearing comes from, in this case, Detective Thorpe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, if you remember, and there was reference about, on cross-examination, what Little D or someone said at that hearing. Do you recall that?
I do.
At that preliminary hearing, for witnesses who, such as Little D, were names used or were something else used? And is there times in preliminary hearings where witnesses are referenced by something other than?
Yes, I'll often ask that the detective reference by alphanumeric characters like A or 1, because an indicted, and so we don't have to turn over the witness list yet, and we're still investigating, et cetera. And the witness is not compelled or isn't required to recite the legal names or any name of the witness on the stand. Yes.
And that you are thinking of, you said Antonio Sledge would have also been present?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you, Deputy.
Sprinkle.
This prelim back in 2015, you don't have any recollection if actual names were used or like witness A, witness B, witness C?
I do not know.
Okay. And in the event that witness A, witness B, witness C were used, just hypothetically, the detective still testifies to the background of who these people are, such as, for instance, witness A, who we found receipts from a pawn shop showing that they purchased guns, said this, right? Or something of that nature. There's context behind these witness A, witness B, witness C.
Right. I mean, if you're saying that even if their names aren't used, if the detective provides enough detail in the circumstances surrounding the interview that one who is familiar with the witness could infer their identity from the testimony, then yes, that can happen.
You said that so much better than I did. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Weinstein. All right. Thank you for your time, and you are excused. Released.
Permanently excused.
Released. All right, let's take a quick break before our next witness, who I think might be a longer one.
All right, we're good.
Just a second ago. Give me a second. Able to find language that the court apparently decided upon, and this is kind of a we're about to have this witness on the stand, just in the last few minutes requested. If anybody has that, the language was to come up with it now, but in the absence of that, Mr. Weinstein, and I don't know if you want, I guess you filed that at some point, or do you want me to read it into the record?
You can read it into the record. I
Okay.
believe that was an email that was sent to the
Okay,
court
so
back on January 31st.
your request is that the court instruct the jury, the testimony you're about to hear is the witness's opinion based on training and to determine how much weight, if any, to give that opinion. And then after the witness has testified in the dual capacity, witness who testified to both facts and opinions, each of these types of testimony should be given the proper weight. As to the testimony to facts, consider the factors discussed earlier in these instructions. You do not have to accept the opinion. In deciding how much weight to give it, you should consider the witness's qualifications and how the witness reached their conclusions, along with other factors discussed in these instructions for weighing the credibility of witnesses. Prior instructions that whomever this court would have given. So it would not helpful to give them that instruction.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I was very close to finding the instruction. I found the state's previous when detective tested the court, and I think near that time, I'm hoping to see another email of what the court actually
Okay.
did. But this is the state's previous
That would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Adkins. I believe that's around January 31st, 2023. So I'm looking.
I mean, in the event we can't find it, I've tried to fashion something
Thank you.
that might work, but first, whether it can be located
Thank you, Your Honor.
quickly. Oh. All right, and if either defendant needs to be excused to the rest of the and y'all, I'm going to do the same, and I'll be right
we've got passion, we've got determination. Like, and if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's happening.
We always felt like content was all about entertainment.
is some of the testimony you're about to hear will be this as an expert based on training and experience, not her firsthand knowledge as a fact witness. Other testimony will be as the so-called fact information gleaned during the witness investigation. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make clear when they're asking for or when the witness is giving expert opinion versus fact testimony. I'll just recall to you the instructions previously given about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is any from this witness, and expert opinion testimony. Are you ready for the jury? Okay. Yeah. I think as soon as they come out, I'll do that witness and I'll give those instructions and. Gentlemen, a guilty plea conviction is about to be admitted. In the guilty plea conviction of Mr. Kendrick will be admitted for your consideration. And it makes to counts 1 and 63. And let me also take this opportunity to instructions of Mr. Stillwell, which had already previously been admitted for your consideration. Those convictions may be considered by you only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to counts 1, 52, and 64. You may not of Mr. Kendrick in your consideration or deliberations against Mr. Stillwell. They are not evidence of anything against Mr. Stillwell. And likewise, you may not use the conviction or deliberation against Mr. Kendrick. They are not evidence for Kendrick. Each defendant has a right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence presented against him, not by what may have been of someone else. And there were also guilty plea convictions. Nichols admitted previously. Convictions would have been admissible only against Mr. And because Mr. Nichols is no longer a part of this prosecution and his convictions would have been against him, there is no longer a reason for them to be in evidence, and you are not to consider them for any reason in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. And you also heard testimony about a guilty plea by Mr. Winfrey. Mr. Winfrey pled guilty to any of these defendants. This proposition is true about the guilty plea conviction. Each defendant has the right to have his guilt or innocence determined solely on the basis of the evidence in it may have happened or process someone else.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State Exhibit 438 VV4-9-902, which is a self-authenticating certified copy of conviction of Kendrick in indictment 15-140-116, where Mr. Kendrick pled guilty to participate in street gang activity, conspiracy to commit a crime, possession of a firearm or certain fees, theft by receiving stolen property, BGCSA for the possession of driving, fleeing, and attempting to elude.
That is admitted. And you can call your next witness.
It calls Investigator M. Viverito.
All right. Right. And while is making her way to the stand, I'll give you another option. And this is kind of just a reminder instruction. So some of the testimony you're about to hear from this witness will be the witness's opinion as an expert based on training and experience, not her knowledge as a fact witness. But other testimony she's going to give will be so-called fact information gleaned during the witness's investigation. I've instructed this, go ahead. I've instructed the state to the extent possible to try to make it clear when they're asking for or when the fact testimony just previously testimony that was going to testify in a dual capacity about how to evaluate fact testimony, lay opinion testimony, if there is going to be any from this witness, and then expert opinion testimony. And if you can swear the witness.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
I'm sorry. First initial, last name for the courts, okay?
Sure. It would be M. Viverito, V-I-V-E-R-I-T-O.
And good morning. Where do you work?
The City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Since February of 2023.
And what are your current job duties and responsibilities with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I hold the rank of investigator, and my position is unique. It's the first of its kind for the Atlanta Police Department. It's a move towards intelligence-led investigations. So my official title is an investigative gang analyst. That is where best parts of the world to move investigations forward, especially in the gang world.
And we said intelligence-led investigations.
Intelligence-led investigations where you think outside the box. So it's not just, okay, maybe some camera footage, talking to some people. You're using everything, social media accounts, where jail calls, phone extractions, wiretaps, everything. You're going to try and get everything you can from the intelligence world and do your research and bring that all in together than just traditional investigative techniques.
Prior to working at Atlanta Police Department, where did you work?
Prior to the Atlanta Police Department, I was with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in their gang unit. I was a senior investigator, and then I was ultimately promoted to a lieutenant in the high-profile case unit.
And let's first talk time as a senior responsibility as a senior investigator in the gang unit.
So I would work with various attorneys in the unit and review cases that were coming up for trial or being prepared for indictment. If there was anything that was needed to push the case forward, we may go talk to people, we may locate witnesses, we may secure additional search warrants, and just get the case ready and be trial ready for when it ultimately goes to trial or takes a plea. It was things of a similar nature, but it was a little bit more, again, as the title would allude to, high profile cases, media cases, cases that involve difficult witnesses, and cases that were a little bit more complex.
Now, prior to work,
I did.
if you could tell the jury about your career in law enforcement.
Sure. I graduated from the university facility to get some experience. Then after that, I moved to I started my career with the Georgia Department of Corrections as a felony probation officer. While I was there, my career has exclusively been in the city of. While I was there, I started out with a normal caseload. Shortly after that, they started a program what was called the Atlanta Community Impact Program. It was a pilot program driven to reduce recidivism for people returning back to the community. So somebody may get sentenced to a prison sentence that includes probation. For us, every day we were partnered with Atlanta police officers. We would ride with them. So we'd get a list of returning citizens from prison, and we'd offer wraparound services. So if you need a job, if you need housing, if you need clothing, if you need education, if you need anything you need, we offer it there in an effort to reduce. And then if you want to get out of prison, not banks, we have the Atlanta Police Department with us every day to say, okay, we're going to stop that get hurt or anybody else get hurt. Anybody in the community is
I want you to slow down a little because you are going so fast, and I will ask a different question further. All right. While you were with probation, did you ever have an opportunity to work with the GBI?
Yes, later on in my career.
Okay. So when did you work with the GBI later on in your career?
Okay, several years later, I was promoted to probation and parole there are different ranks. I was promoted to a criminal investigator. So what's that? You don't have a caseload. You're operating as a law enforcement officer within probation and parole. Typically, you're assigned to the special operations division, and then you're assigned to task force. In my case, I was assigned to the GBI gang task force. It's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. It's a statewide gang task force.
And what did you do when you were part of the GBI gang task force?
Although we were statewide, my experience was here in the city of Atlanta. So
this is her training to qualify her as an expert in gang.
Do you want to stipulate to her expertise? You may.
Members, okay. So specifically going into what you were doing with the GBI Gang Task Force. You can continue.
Okay. So we have agents that some agents like to work in North Georgia, some South Georgia. I was familiar with the city of Atlanta. So during my time there, I investigated several complex multi-defendant gang cases that were focused on violence within the city of Atlanta.
And in additional, do you have any formal training you find gangs here in the city of Atlanta?
Sure. Back when I first started, there's a 40-hour course down at the Georgia introductory course down there. I completed that. I'm also a member of the Georgia Gang and with the beginner and intermediate certification through them. And they have a biannual conference, a summer and a winter typically, where it's a week full of just every year the topics vary. They bring people in from all over each. I attend both of those. I attend various trainings throughout the year and just keeping myself abreast of the topics.
And just briefly tell the jurors, what type of courses are you taking in these training sessions?
They offer at the time. It could be best practices in gang investigations, and technology focused. It could be narcotics focused. It could be focused on street crime enforcement. They try to keep a good variety so their members are well versed and have a well-rounded training background.
Yeah. Can you bet? Yeah. It worked great for a minute and I don't know what happened. Mike, towards you. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
In addition to your formal training, do you have any others to assist you in gang culture?
I'd say my experience here in the city of working here, probation and parole gave me a great knowledge base to start my career. I do have a lot of in custody and custodial and non-custodial talk to people. People talk to me. And I do listen to a lot of jail calls. I feel they're great to get information, phone extractions, wiretap calls. You kind of learn from the gangs themselves.
And you just talked about at your time, have you had the opportunity to speak with gang members and or their family members while you've been working with them?
Times I've talked to gang members, I've talked to the mothers, their children, their mothers, their grandmothers. There's times I remember one time recently I was out at a crime scene and somebody's sister came up to me and said, "Hey, how you doing?"
Sustain.
Let me ask you this. Do you gain information to assist you in your investigations with your kids?
Absolutely.
And then you talked about jail calls and wiretaps and listening to those jail calls and information you get from the wiretaps or intercepted calls. Does that help provide you with your knowledge of gangs and gang investigation?
It does.
Now, as your time as an investigator and working in all of your law enforcement capacities, have you had the opportunity to use social media to assist you in your investigation?
I have.
How does social media assist you in your investigations?
So typically in the past with gangs, graffiti used to kind of be the newspaper for the gang. You go to neighborhoods, who's claiming the territory. Now, modern day, that's all basically shifted to social media. Now they're doing those kind of things. Gangs love social, and it's probably one of the most important things you need to pay attention to in gang investigations.
Now, do you use certain tools in order to assist you with investigation that the general public does not have access to?
Yes.
What are some of those tools?
Of course, we have our jail call system. We have phone extractions are a huge, huge thing. If we're recovering arrests and we secure a search warrant, I'll have them extracted by a qualified examiner. Interviews that wouldn't be available to the general public, the people that I've talked to, that not everybody has access to talk to. So there's several things.
As a gang detective with Atlanta Police Department, were you trained in the method and protocol of the Atlanta is in either associate or a member of a criminal street. Now, when you were with the other agencies, were you trained in other methods or protocols to determine whether or not?
Yes. The different agencies have their different methods, but yes.
These mushrooms make you feel better. Like a
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate them? And have you had the opportunity to intercept phone calls with individuals who associate themselves with Young Slime Life?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, through your work as well in Atlanta, have you had the opportunity to interact with those who claimed association with a gang called YFN?
Yes, I have.
And I'll ask the same series of questions. Have you had the opportunity to listen to jail calls of individuals who associate themselves with YFN?
Helped investigate and was part of the team for the YFN, and jail calls were an integral part of our investigation.
And we're going to talk indictment in a moment. Have you had the opportunity to listen to look at social media of individuals who claim affiliation? And what about interception of cellular phone calls? Have you had that opportunity with individuals associated with YFN?
Not as YFN as the target, but it's happened with other cases.
And we say not with YFN as a target, what do you mean?
When you intercept phone calls, you have I haven't had a wiretap case. I've done a few of them. I haven't had one where a YFN person was.
Now, through your working with YSL and YFN, have you had the alliances with both YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Now, I think you mentioned briefly GGIA, but if you can explain to the jury, what is GGIA?
That's the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Many of us are members and we attend the conferences. They offer great trainings and certifications throughout the year, and meet gang experts from throughout the country will come present and just learn from a variety of experienced individuals.
And I think briefly you mentioned, have you had the opportunity to teach courses in gangs?
I have.
What type of courses have you taught?
I serve as an adjunct instructor for the Georgia Gang Investigators Association. Typically, I teach social media investigations and advanced investigative techniques.
Now, you talked about the fact that you listened to a lot of jail calls, you've intercepted cellular calls on to review cell phone data that's been extracted from interactions with intelligent communication with gang members. Did that help you gain any knowledge into coded languages that gang members may use?
Absolutely.
Have you had any training on gangs and music?
I've had at the Georgia Gang Investigators Association, I believe a few years ago, they had some blocks on music and gangs.
And have you had the occasion in your experience to investigate gangs with to the music industry? And is YSL of those gangs that you've been able to investigate?
Yes,
And music of individuals associated with both those gangs, both YSL and YFN?
I have.
And are you familiar with gang references in music?
I am.
At this time, the state would like to tender investigator Viva RICO as a witness, excuse me, as an expert in criminal street gangs and criminal street gang activity, Your Honor.
All right. She's so qualified and may testify as an expert in those areas.
Now, Atlanta Police Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, have you had the opportunity to lead any gang investigation? And specifically, I want to direct your attention to this particular case, this indictment here, where you wanted to lead investigators on this indictment's office.
Yes, I was.
Now, as an investigator on this case, did you have the occasion to investigate any crimes involving an individual by the name of Marquavius Huey?
I did.
And specifically, did you investigate an armed robbery that occurred in October of 2020?
I did.
All right. How did you involve in that investigation?
Prior to coming to the DA's office, gang task force, my office was at the Atlanta Police Department's headquarters in their gang unit. So I was very familiar with all the detectives and the different units up there. I was approached by a detective, Jeffrey Henderson, from the robbery unit regarding a robbery case involving Mr. Huey that he had.
And when he approached you, what, if any, steps did you assist him when he approached you?
I did.
What if steps did you take to assist him with that investigation?
Just identifying Mr. Huey's gang involvement, who he was affiliated with, who he would have had alliances with, who he would have had rivalries with, things of that nature.
And how did you go about assisting to identify Huey's relationships with any gang involvement?
Well, the first thing I did was review Mr. Huey's social media accounts. The name has changed a few times, but when I reviewed it, it was Mr. Huey's very proud of his affiliation with Young Slime Life.
Yep. So Sustained. Don't provide commentary like that, okay? Just if you're testifying to facts, just give us the facts. Disregard that last comment.
So just what were some
Way. Can't remember the rest of them off the top of my head, but he would change. It changed a few times.
And when you looked at his social media, did you also do any other investigation of Investigator Henderson?
When Investigator Henderson, following Mr. Huey's arrest, obtained his cellular devices, Investigator Henderson did a search warrant for his devices with a scope of 30 days. So when the phone is extracted, it's review 30 days worth of data. I think the time frame was just around the time of the robbery. Within that time frame, there were additional crimes and evidence in the phone. I secured search warrants to expand the scope of what was allowed to be searched to the entire phone, on 2 phones.
And once you were able to secure a search warrant, did you then look into the phone? Did the expand?
I did.
To look at some of the contents in that phone.
I have.
You have permission to approach?
You may. You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 227 VV2A, 227 VV, 227 VV2, and 227 VV2D. If you can look at the
Yes, I recognize them.
and how
They are text messages that were extracted from Mr. Huey's phone, his phones, as well as two contacts that were stored in the phone.
and accurate depictions of text messages that were the phone that you reviewed.
They do.
Right. Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit VV2A, 227 VV2B, 227 VV2C, and 227 VV2D into evidence.
Admitted.
Now, Viverito, when looking through, well, let me ask you this. Prior to getting involved with this investment, with knowledge of any beef between YFN and YSL?
YSL and YFN had an ongoing conflict.
Overruled.
And when you were working with the GBI,
Would be shared either by Mr. Williams or Mr. and talk about going to handle that. And would be told or asked to go handle that.
when you're saying Mr. Williams, who are you referring to?
Jeffrey Williams, also known as Young Thug.
How did you know he was speaking?
Phone numbers that he was in communication with, as well as, but the phone numbers themselves.
I'm going to first show you what's been admitted as 227.
Okay.
And it should come up on your screen. Now, first looking at 227 VV2C, what is the jury looking at?
You're looking at when you extract a phone. If you go to your address book in your phone, you'll pull up contacts or a contact card. This is what it looks like when the phone is extracted. When you receive it back on a hard drive and you're going through the phone, this is what it's going to appear as. So you may have mom, a phone number, and that information. This is how it appears in a forensic phone extraction.
And for 227 VV2C, do you see a name associated with this contact?
Yes.
And what is the name?
It's named Slime, and it's some emojis with the name.
Okay. And are you able to tell what the emojis are?
It looks like a snake emoji, and I don't know if you guys can see. It should be like the iPhone emoji.
And then in this phone, when it says deleted, do you know what that means?
I would assume that I don't see it on my copy where it says deleted.
Versus deleted the left-hand column?
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, that would be, I would assume that means that contact was deleted or removed from the device itself. It's still stored in the memory of the device somewhere.
Okay. And where it has other, what is in the other category?
That would be the number associated with that contact.
All right. And then for the created category, what's the created category?
That's going to be the date that the contact was added to the phone. So say you meet somebody, you add their contact to your phone, you put them in your address book, that's going to be that date.
And then if it was modified, what does that mean?
Modified could be you change their name, you add a last name, you delete the contact, or you modify the number in any way.
All right. And what was the phone number associated with this contact in the phone?
213-910-1192.
Now I'm going to also show you 227 VV2D.
Okay.
First, I want to start. What is the phone number associated?
213-910-1192.
And is that the same phone number from 227 VV2C?
It is.
Right. And when you look at the name, what is in the name section?
So here it's going to appear as almost like a bug type emoji, but I had a chance to review the physical device. It is a spider emoji. That's just how it translates to, I don't know if you have friends, if you have an iPhone, your friends, the Android, sometimes the emojis don't translate correctly. When you extract the phone, that's what happens here. So when you look at the physical device, it's going to be a spider.
And then what was the created and modified date on 227 VV2D?
March 1st of 2019 is created and modified November 22nd of 2020.
And through your investigation, did you associate this contact with
I did.
And who was that?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Now I'm going to publish 27 VV2A. And I want to go to slide 2. What's being depicted in slide 2? And if we can zoom in, because I know it's pretty tiny.
So just like in your phone, when you send a message, typically the message you're sending is going to be in green for iPhones, blue if they have the sent recipient has an iPhone. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the conversation. What that is going to be is it's a flyer for a YFN Lucci performance or appearance.
Okay. And who sent the flyer?
Mr. Williams.
And looking at slide 3, in the middle, what is in the middle? Is that the attachment of what the flyer is?
Yes.
Now looking at slide number 3, is that the attachment?
It is.
All right. And for the record, what does the attachment say?
It is a flyer. I think it was a performance or an appearance. It was a mixtape release for Mr. Bennett at the Diamond Club, which, from my experience with other investigations, is a YFN stronghold.
And if you need to, you can use the screen to help point out as well.
Yeah, so you'll see he's saying he has a mixtape release, and this is at the Diamond Club on Northside Drive.
Now looking at slide 3.
Okay.
Slide 4, excuse me. Starting at slide 4. And if you can either read from the screen behind you or from your paper, or read from the screen behind you and so we can show the jury. Tell the jurors about the conversation that is happening as a result of this.
Twenty.
Now going to page 5. What is being depicted on slide 5 of this PowerPoint?
That is Mr. Williams using his Atlanta number to tell Mr. Huey on August 15th of 2020, hand slat.
Now, looking at page 6, or slide 6, excuse me. Now, is this September 2nd, 2020?
It is.
Okay. And what is occurring in this text message conversation for 2nd, 2020?
Okay, so several months later, Mr. Huey is going to send another flyer for a YFN Lucci appearance or performance. And Mr. Williams responds, "Where's that at?" Mr. Huey tells them, "Claremont." Mr. Williams responds and says, "Slatty handle, stay very low." And Mr. Huey says, "Slat, for sure, I've been out the way."
And looking at the next slide, is this a copy of that flyer? When is the date of the appearance Bennett is advertising?
September 6th.
Now, going to the next slide. Does that conversation continue?
It does.
Okay. And if you could say for the record what the conversation is as it continues.
Mr. Williams, I appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me. I'm built on loyalty. Mr. Williams says, "Slat."
Now, next slide. Is there some additional conversation now with the 213 number that's identified as
he was like trying to get his career off the ground as a rapper here in Atlanta. He says, "Post this for me, my brother." And then he uses a derogatory term for somebody and says, "That person's out here in LA, twin." Not referring to his friend. And he's referring to somebody else, somebody of the opposite.
Sustained.
Yes. And is that just generally the context of this conversation? All right. I'm going to move to The next slide. Specifically, on this slide, do you see a message with an individual by the name of Javon Fleetwood?
I do.
And are you familiar with that individual?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
He's a member of YSL.
Okay. And as a part of your investigation, have you had the occasion to investigate a shooting involving Wood, where he is the
I had a chance to review.
and did you have an opportunity to prep that case for trial at any point?
I did.
What were the charges that he was preparing for to go to trial on?
I believe it was aggravated assault.
Okay. And do you know the approximate date of the incident in which he was being charged with?
I believe it was May 10th of 2019.
And in that egg assault,
there was.
Well, we haven't heard it yet, but avoid hearsay.
yeah, in that case for trial.
Don't elicit hearsay.
I want to elicit hearsay,
right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you get social media account for Mr. Fleetwood?
I didn't obtain records for it, but I reviewed some posts from his.
Prior to your testimony today?
I have.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? Marked as State's Exhibit 479 DV. Tell me if you recognize 479 DV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 479 DV?
That's a photo of Mr. Javon from his.
And is that from his public Instagram account?
It is.
Right. And was that pulled in preparation for?
It was.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to put the intimate 478 BV into evidence. 79 BV.
All right. Admitted.
And we'll publish that in a moment. Based on your investigation, do you know if Mr. Huey and Mr. Fleetwood had a friendship?
Yes.
And had you seen any public social Huey in those together?
I believe there were a few posts of them together that I reviewed.
Right. Now I want to go to and we're going to now publish 469 BV. Four 471, 479 BV. And is that Mr. Fleetwood?
That is.
Okay. And what was his Instagram name?
For Trey _TV World.
and I want to his face. Do you see these tattoos? Do you see any tattoos on Mr. Fleetwood's face?
I do.
And do you see the tattoo with the star?
I do.
What is the tattoo next to the tattoo with the star?
So down the right side of his face by his temple, you'll see he has YSL tattooed on.
The former. To A. Now, this conversation that starts on February 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Who is Mr. Huey speaking with?
Mr. Williams using his Los Angeles area code phone.
And looking at this post, generally, what is the context of this text message conversation?
He sends a social media post of somebody else to Mr. Williams and says, "What's up with him? Is he cool?"
Okay. And then what was his next message to Mr. Williams' phone?
He's inquiring if the gentleman is cool. It looks because he says he posted that racial expletive, Bloody J.
And are you familiar with that name or individual, Bloody J?
Yes.
And are you aware if he's associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
Street gangs.
And do you know Bloody J's given name?
Yes, it's Justin Ushery.
And have you had any investigation involving Mr. Ushery?
I have.
And then did Mr. Williams respond to his Hugh's inquiry?
He says, "Who is that?" To which Mr. Hugh responds, "Duct Tape Dave."
And are you familiar with the individual by the name of Duct Tape Dave?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that name?
He's a pretty prominent guy within the duct tape criminal street gang.
And then was there a response to that?
It was.
Oh, and what was that?
Mr. Williams says, "He's a buster too." To which Mr. Huey responds, "Slat." And he tells Mr. Williams, "I told him, fuck them, racial expletive. He hit me back laughing and shit."
Now, I'm going to go to the tweet that begins on March 12th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, what is going on within this group of text messages on March 12th, 2020?
Mr. Williams initiates a conversation with Mr. Huey.
Okay. And what does Mr. Williams say in his initiation?
What y'all got going on?
And then is there a response?
He says, "Them, racial expletive. No, I ain't play no part in that slime."
And then is there a response from Mr. Williams back to Mr. Huey?
He says, "Take that shit back."
And is there a response from Mr. Huey back to Mr. Williams?
Mr. Huey says, "I ain't get nothing out of that. I ain't even pull no gun on nobody. I'm finna tell them though."
And does he make another response?
He said, I told him he went on and did it. I couldn't stop him.
And then does Mr. Williams respond to that?
Mr. Williams says, if he don't take it back, he's going to die.
And looking at this text message, without going into detail, were you aware of any police reports around this event of March 12, 2020? Regarding any incidents around this date?
I was.
Now I want to go to 227 VV 2B. And in looking at 227 VV 2B, was there text 2021?
There was.
Okay. And who sent the message?
Mr. Huey sends the message to Mr. Williams' code phone number.
Okay. And what
says, you know, I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama.
Now I'm going to approach. I'm going to show you what the mark is 428 VV. Tell me if you recognize it. Exhibit 428 VV. And I recognize exhibit 428 VV.
This is a photo of Huey's public Instagram account.
What was his account name?
_.
And were you familiar with that Instagram post for Mr. Huey? And were you able to pull that Instagram post in preparation for this case here today?
I was.
At this time, the state would like to, excuse me. 10 to 428 VV.
I'm sorry, 28.
428 VV.
Okay. Admitted.
Impression of the public.
You may.
Who's depicted in this picture?
That's going to be Mr. Huey standing with Mr. Williams.
And is there a caption?
There is.
What's the caption?
It reads, from lockdown.
And is there a date to that post?
4th.
At Mr. Huey's phone, we talked about then this ongoing beef with YFN since about 2015. Mr. Huey's phone, there is information about Mr. Huey going to go handle business and sending those flyers.
Correct.
Between 2019 and is there any ongoing conflict or continuous ongoing conflict between YFN and YSL?
Yes.
Investigation where you're made aware of and 2020 between those two groups.
Yes, several.
How did you learn about those incidents?
I was working at that time. I wasn't yet promoted to the gang force, signed Atlanta Police Department's gang unit as a probation officer with a gang caseload. So I worked on their investigations with them. And then in 2020, of course, I worked some of the actual investigations.
Specifically, did you ever work an investigation regarding May 20 incident involving YFM.
I was aware of the incident, but I was not.
Did you get a fire call from May 22nd, 2019 in the Cleveland area?
Yes.
How were you involved in that investigation?
Can I refer?
Yes.
That was an incident where shots at the YSL stronghold.
Are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
How are you familiar with 151 Cleveland Avenue?
That's a known location where out sell narcotics.
And have you had your own opportunity to investigate crimes that occurred in that area of 151 Cleveland?
I have.
Now I want to take you to 2020. Did you have the occasion of any specific incidents involving YFN incident towards YSL members or YSL members towards YFN members? In 2020, how many incidents did you?
There were numerous incidents that we worked on as a team.
And back shootings between those two groups or associate. In 2020, where they're also social antagonizing, post on social media, antagonizing.
Yes.
Know an individual by the name of Tinquarius. How are you, how are you aware of that individual?
Answer.
Let me ask you this. Is Mr. Mender associated with YSL?
He is.
Have you seen social media posts of Mr. Mender driving around and
around and he would tag in case you didn't recognize. Because Mr. Member was also a member of YSL.
Did you have the occasion to investigate the case involving Mr. Mender and Mr. Diamante Thomas at Greenbrier Mall?
Yes, but I think it was Dontavius.
Excuse me, Dontavius Thomas. Are you Dontavius Thomas is related to Donovan Thomas?
Yes.
How are they related?
I believe it's his brother.
How were you involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Mender and Dontavius?
At that time, like I said, the conflict had reignited. So almost daily, every day we had incidents happening. I mean, we were at work. We got a call about a vehicle that was fired upon, and it had flipped over. Had two victims inside the vehicle. Myself and investigators of the Atlanta Police Department began to look deeper into that case and realized victims were in Reginald Carter, brother cousin of Donovan Thomas.
And you said you began to dig. What else did you do as a part of that investigation?
Once we got into the investigation, we located a suspect suspect vehicle that I knew to be associated with Mr. Mender and his cousin, Wayne Alford. We would pull phone records. We got videos and ultimately were able to charge that case appropriately.
Were there other conflicts that occurred?
Yes, following that case, I mean, it was, like I said, it was daily between the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta and some of the areas where the YSL associates would hang out. It resulted in murders. It resulted in aggravated assaults. There were numerous incidents.
Now, in 2021, did you learn of the arrest of Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
And when he was arrested, where was he housed?
At the Fulton County Jail.
Jail. Did you learn of a stabbing of Mr. Lucci in February of 2022?
I did.
How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe one of the investigators from the Fulton County Jail had mentioned it to me.
And once you learned about the incident,
I inquired about who the suspect was, and I found out that it was a Mr. Jaden Myrick.
when you found out it was Jaden Myrick, what did you do at that point?
I was familiar with Mr. Myrick, so I began to listen to his jail phone calls and look at his jail, and they could text friends and family members through the system with the tablets. So I began to review his text messages as well.
And you said you were familiar with Mr. Myrick.
That we
And we said the office, talking about the Fulton
County District Attorney's Office.
And in your understanding of who Mr. Myrick was, did you know if he was associated with any gang?
I knew he was a blood gang member that was associated with YSL.
Now you said that you started looking at their tablet. Where messages of tablet?
Well, when you log into the system, you can review their text messages. So I was able to review some of the text messages from that relevant time period.
And have you had the opportunity to review some of those text messages in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And let me ask you this. When you first learned that Jaden, did you do anything about what led up to the actual stabbing?
I did not, which is what led me to review his phone calls and text messages because I was trying to see what had happened.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 5 TT. Exhibit 5.
These are some of Mr. Myrick's text messages from the jail system.
And were these some of the stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
They are.
And do they appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of some of the messages that you, Mr. Bennett?
Yes, they are.
You're on this time the state would like to admit Exhibit 5 TT into evidence. Once you started looking at these messages, what, if anything, did you learn or glean from these messages?
It appeared to me that as a third party for communication. To try and identify the third party and a phone number associated with that party.
And how did you go about doing that?
On a text message from February 6th, she says, your folks, this message is from your folks, 706, which is an area code that I know. So I think, okay, maybe that's a clue. Maybe that's the person has a 706 area code. Okay.
And what did the text say?
Allison is conveying the message from the 706 area code to Mr. Myrick. And she says, and the person is telling her, tell him, tell Lil Bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. He thinks we're flexing. I talked to the biggest. He thinks we're playing because the racial expletive and the same. Make me proud. Your name is on the line on this one. So don't make me look bad. February 20 at 11:32 p.m.
Is it 2020?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Reading that under even talking about.
A basic understanding. Yes, we're waiting for confirmation that the act had happened, saying that we think we're flexing. He thinks we're trying to get one over on them. And they think that they were kidding because I guess they'd been housed together for a little while and nothing had happened up until that point. And make me proud. I reviewed Mr. Myrick's jail calls. You can pull jail calls by the inmate, and I looked at his jail calls to see if there are any phone numbers that he had called with a 706 area code.
And were there any phone numbers he had called with the 706 area code?
Yes, there was one.
Now, once you saw the phone number that he had called, what, if anything, did you do about the phone number?
I requested the records for the phone number. Learned that it was a Verizon phone number. When you have Verizon, they retain what is called text message data. If you have an iPhone, as long as it's not iMessage and it's Android or iPhone to Android, 7 days will retain the content messages. So I secured a search warrant and requested the call content for that phone number from Verizon.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
Once you received the information, what, if anything?
I tried to, it just comes in as a big spreadsheet. So I went through and started and identified the calls. I'm sorry, the texts and read
The text messages.
To make it comprehensible and able to be read. I color coded the messages from each kind of track along with what was being said.
And have you had opportunity to review a copy of a document? You kind of color coded those text messages to help determine what people were talking.
I have.
Showing you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 1 TTB. Do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
I do.
And how do you recognize Exhibit 1 TTB?
This is the color-coded version of the spreadsheet that I had made.
And I'm going to Stacey Exhibit 1 TTC1. 1 TTC2, 1 TTC3, and 1 TTC4. Larger versions of the
Yes.
During this time, the state would like to tender and admit first exhibit TTC and 1 TTC104. B as evidence in the
All right, those are.
information to the public.
You may. Yes, you may.
Yes, you may.
Orient the jurors as different colors. When you have dark green, where you have the being of
Somebody associated with YSL. Or anything associated.
Why did you say that it appeared they were associated with YSL?
The context of the conversation was being discussed, how people were reading, things like that. This is going to be a conversation with Ashley Ellison. That's Mr. Myrick's girlfriend. So the darker red is the originating member. It's going to be Mr. Myrick. And then the yellow was an unknown number that was inserted into the conversation.
And when you went back and started investigating the case, what do you recall what day the stabbing occurred?
February 9th.
So when you went back, did you start, why did you start at February 6th, 2020?
Because that's what the jail text messages, that's kind of when they had. So I want to go back to get, usually where crime happens, sometimes it's premeditated, sometimes it's not. But I wanted to catch the planning phase if there was any planning phase.
And did you ever associate any of the other phone numbers? For example, this 40429, who did you identify that phone number to belong to?
That belonged to Demikion Garlington.
And did Demikion Garlington have a nickname?
D, or little D.
And were you familiar with his social media accounts?
I was.
And did he ever go by the social media account Scarface?
He did.
So let's start with on February 6, 2022.
It's going to come from 706 number to Mr. Garlington.
Okay. In the seven, did you identify that individual?
I did.
And who was that?
That's going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Cleve Adams. He's an inmate with the Brewer Department. He also goes by the name Bobby Hunt. That's his nickname, his moniker, he likes to go by.
And based on conducting these text messages while he was incarcerated in prison.
He was.
All right. Now looking at the first message, what is the date and time of the first?
February 6, 2022 at 10:22 a.m.
10:20 or 19:20. Okay. All right.
It says, yo.
And is it the phone associated with Mr.
Who's this? Who's this?
Right. And is there a response?
He says, Hunt.
Now you have a red call here. What does that signify?
Ellison, Mr. Myrick's girlfriend.
And who is she communicating with?
She's sending a message to Mr. Hunt, the gentleman in prison. This is red. Cedric Ruby, can you?
Cedric. Do you know who that is?
Mr. Myrick, that's the nickname he goes by, Cedric.
And have you ever heard the term? This is red Cedric Ruby. Do you have heard of that term before?
Yeah, Ruby is a slang term or a name that's given to a female friend or associate with
any point did Mr. Adams respond to her?
Yes, a little bit.
Okay. And just to make it
When I call you, it might have gone through the jail messages, it's hard to explain.
okay. So then next, on February 6th, 2022 at 1951, is there a conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and Mr. Garland's phone?
Mr. Adams, who's been FEC says, oh yeah, where Mr. Adams says, you know which I'm talking about, right? The singer. And Mr. Garland says, who's locked up? To which I know that to be an nickname for Mr. Bennett. He will wear a 650 chain. It referred he goes by 650 Luther. So Mr. Ronson responds, oh yeah, meet him. And then Mr. Adams says, my little man gonna call back tomorrow. Mr. Ronson says, okay, let me know. Mr. Adams, can use code of language, says, I'm gonna let you know. He's been ready to get an autograph for the game. And then Mr. Ronson says, okay, let me know ASAP. To which Mr. Adams comes with.
And when you said he's using code language, what do you mean?
Instead of saying, my buddy's ready to kill him, my buddy's ready to attack him, obviously his contraband phone gets taken. It's an attempt to conceal the activity to the person that made it.
So they're not really trying to get an actual signature autograph for the guy?
No, I'm not trying to get all that.
Now, after that conversation, is there some conversation between Ms. Ellison's phone and Mr. Adams' phone?
Yes.
Okay. When does that conversation begin? And so take a jury to do that set of conversation.
It begins on the 7th, and they're trying to put Mr. Myrick in communication with Mr. Adams down in the prison system. They're talking about emailing him, texting him. They're asking about stamps. In the phone, you have to purchase stamps, the phone stamps, to be able to send and receive texts. So you can buy 30 stamps that allow you to send, but certain amounts, it's not free. So she's asking Mr. Adams for money for stamps from Mr. Myrick because they've used their last, and she's facilitating Apple Pay to get the money to him to be able to facilitate stamps being purchased so that they can communicate.
And via phone?
It's going to be through the jail.
All right. And then there's a interesting call from
correct.
And that was not a part of your investigate this kind of thing.
Yeah, it was just them trying to, a third party trying to send money. Maybe somebody didn't want to use their cash app block. Whatever might happen, so somebody else trying to help out.
And it stamps for Mr. Myrick.
Yeah, the unknown number says I sent 15. I'm trying to get in contact with, or Mr. Connolly in jail. They'll send one inmate may have a cash app account that losing money to, and somebody's phone gets taken, gets shut down. So Mr. Adams in this text message sends the $15 to somebody for section. And then he tells Ms. Allison, I sent the 15. And she says, I got it. I'm gonna get the stamps now and tell him.
Now, going to February 8th, 2022, is there more conversation between Mr. Adams' phone and the Garland's phone?
There is. there's a message that goes out from Mr. Adams to Mr. Garlington where he says, I talked to little bro, he's gonna hit me when the food is done.
And does that mean when the food is actually cooked and finished or something else?
No.
Is this your-
Sustained.
Is this your understanding of coded language as well?
It is.
And is your understanding of coded language, does it appear to be coded language?
It does.
Now, is there conversation then between Ms. Allison's phone number or Allison's phone number and Adam's phone number?
Yes.
Okay, just tell us your generally the date and time and what's the general context of it.
So it starts on February 8th, and you'll say, Seth wanted me to tell you Chris got locked back up, and he made it. And he says, I seen it when it happened. That shit's crazy.
Now, in your understanding, do you know what they're referencing?
I do.
And what is it?
They are referencing the incident where Christian Effenberg shot off David Rogers. It was on February 7th, so that means that's it.
Okay.
And it says, see when it happened. And Miss Ellison said yesterday. And she's saying that Mr. Myers said, he said, ain't shorty to rat. And Mr. Adams says, tell him to leave that be him. And Mr. Adams said, focus on the bag. F all the other shit we worried about. It's nothing but business. Okay.
The person.
Good. Okay. Nothing but business. And they start talking about. He says, buddy, tell him to bring home trophy. I'm going to secure the bag. I've been online. Racial expletive. Got to see it to believe it. And Chris being in there is all the consequences.
In some coded language as well.
Some.
And what is your understanding of what's happening in this text?
Basically, tell him focus on the task at hand. And that people are going to get confirmation of it. It actually happened.
And then does that generally the context is happening from and this February 8th conversation.
It is.
All right. Now going to February 9th. Is there any messages between Mr. Adams and Mr. Barnes?
He just reaches out to him, call him, and he couldn't answer. And he says, yo, 12 is on the floor. 12 being a slang term for police. When you're in the prison system, the guards should come around and do rounds. If that's happening, he wouldn't have been able to answer his phone if the call came in.
And then are there conversations between Ellison and Adam that were also now on February 9th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us the general, what's the conversation happening here on February 9th, 2022?
Mr. Adams is engaged in a conversation with Miss Ellison, and he says, yo, and she says, what's up? And he says, tell little bro, I talked to the biggest, just now waiting on the news. They think we're flexing. And she says, okay, I'll text this to him. And then Mr. Adams says, my name's on the line on this one. Don't make me look bad. I'm sorry, the text messages, sometimes they come in a little bit out of order. My name is on the line. So on this one, don't make me look bad because the racial expletive is in the same house and it ain't handled. I done put the food on the table.
Now, is this similar to the same text message that you saw in the JK system when you were first just trying to pull the case? Is that same text message in the JK system?
Yes.
And is that the same text message you read a few moments ago?
Yes.
All right. And is there any further information between Ellison and Adams and our path in that?
It looks like there was based on the context, there was I think, and there's a phone call that happens where there's a three-way call that's attempting to happen. Isn't great service in most of these prisons. So he wasn't able to hear him. So they're trying to get the message across, happen in the payment and things like that. You'll even see he texted this yellow number. He says nothing, just trying to get confirmation of this thing.
And is that confirmation, is your understanding that's a confirmation of the stabbing?
Correct.
And what day does the stabbing occur?
May 9th.
May 9th?
I'm sorry, February 9th.
Is there some conversation between Ellison's phone and Adam's phone?
There is.
Okay. If you can give the general context of occurred on the 10th, and is it the day after the stabbing?
Yes.
All right. What is happening on the day after the stabbing?
Mr. Myrick, coupled with phone calls, Mr. Myrick, Professor Bennett. So Ms. Ellison is texting.
Yeah, I've already instructed you once to not include your commentary, the facts.
Can I raise some foundation? Were you able to listen to the jail calls yourself?
Yes.
And were you able to pick up tone and manner and demeanor in the calls that you were listening to?
Yes.
All right. And so that would be your lay opinion that he, okay.
Yeah.
And based
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Correct.
all right, continue.
He's asking, Ms. Ellison said, Mr. Myrick is asking to get something and just sends like $80 to Mr. Myrick.
And that's generally they're just trying to get this money, get paid.
Correct.
All right. Now skip it down to February 10th, is there now some conversation between Garlington and Adams?
Correct.
All right. Tell us about what's happening between Garlington and Adams on February 10th as well.
Mr. Adams is reaching out to Mr. Garlington regarding what appears to possibly be payment for Mr. Myrick. For
And just go through the text.
Okay. Mr. Adams says, get please at 5. And he says, Mr. Garlington says, okay, when I get off your phone. Mr. Adams says, I'm off. One says, yo, the other says, yo. Mr. Adams says, what you got going? Mr. Garlington says, put him down. And he says, for sure, like down. He's for sure, twin. And again, Mr. Adams reaches out and says, look, just go get something because he's on my top bad. And I told him I was going to get him the back end. Got to pay him a couple racks myself to make sure he's in gang. I recognize when they say GZ typically means good. I ain't looking for nothing for me. I'm just invested in my artist. Smell me. I need me and mines. Looks like gone. Gonna get it for sure. Slat. I'm out here. Hit me, gang. Him when I go up there to the yo. You know I understand that shit, gang. I'm with you, Slat.
Miss Hilton, you don't have to do it right now, but be kind of thinking of.
This is the last one, so
All
I'll
right.
put it right here.
Sounds good.
All right. And while we wrap this up, is it still on the
Yes, it's a continuation.
Okay, just go through the last bit of that conversation between Mr. Garlington and Mr. Adams on February 10th.
Mr. says, okay. And Mr. Adams says, for sure. I know it's going to take time, bro. Bro is bigger than big, and he got to be hands off with everything. Mine's going with me. It's all hands on deck.
And does that text message repeat itself?
It does.
All right. And from your investigation, understand he says, Tom, been big and got to be hands off with everything. We locked in from county to forever slime. Who did you understand they were talking about, given your investigation and content of these text messages?
From my investigation and my knowledge, it sounded like somebody in a leadership role with YSL.
Did you know specifically?
It appeared to be Mr. Williams.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Sustained.
And a motion strike, move to strike.
Can I lay some down?
You can try.
Okay. How long had you been working back and forth with the YSL gang?
Since 2019, at least, if not 2017.
And when you were working with these cases, did you ever have any other evidence in which individuals from YSL, from your own investigation?
Yes.
And how have you seen that?
With the use of facing field identity, so text messages or phone calls go undetected.
Okay. Have you ever seen in your investigation, in the jail, individual YSL will try not to use his name?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever seen through social media where individuals will try to conceal and say, don't say a different name?
Correct.
Right. And in having that knowledge and reading this text message, is that how you determine it is your expert opinion?
I originally said somebody with a leadership role. I can't who is in the highest leadership role. So
Okay. Let's take our lunch break and let's plan to be back at 1:15, please. Just stay where you are for a minute. Is there anything we need to take up before we break for lunch?
Thank you, Alana.
It was going to bring to defense counsel and the court two cases that made the state wanted to provide.
I mean, Thug is not on the case no more. for this whole hour this woman has been talking is about the, and he is gone. So it's all just crap, 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 crap. 403, a waste of time. I know that juror 56 is having a fit.
There's nothing more powerful than you happen. Really going for it. Giving it, making it, and loving what you do. Every single day. Feeling fearless, fulfilled, free. When there's nothing holding you back, what would your thing be?
Look, nobody has more beef on the front line than us. We just need to wrap up. I want to hear that crunch.
They practice in defense, how to make people hungry.
Wrap up. Crunch. Wrap up.
It's like the whole sport.
Wrap. Crunch. Wrap. Crunch. Wrap.
That's ridiculous.
Crunch. Wrap. Crunch. Wrap. Crunch.
Would design a whole defensive scheme just to sell.
Crunch Wrap Supreme. Buy one, get one from Taco Bell. Only on Uber Eats.
At Harbor Freight, and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman, just quality tools, prices you'll love. Whatever you
All right, you can go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you, Your Honor. February 9th, 2022 stabbing of Mr. Bennett. Just going back to 2019, when you were working with the probation department and you were working with Atlanta Police Department, when you were working with them, what exactly was your roles and responsibilities when you were working with the Atlanta Police?
I was assigned full-time to the Atlanta Police Department. I had a caseload of, I would say, high-risk gang members that were assigned to me. And we would monitor and provide investigative assistance to other units when there were cases involving gang members, cases in gang areas, and we'd help out along the way with those cases as they come up.
You say you would monitor. Tell us exactly what would you do?
We could all just be sitting in the office and we have the radio going, and after we might respond out there, we may call that unit and say, hey, what do you guys have? My pull the one week. Not sure if you guys have heard, and I've been leads the ballistics test is match. Okay, let's log with the investigator and say, hey, take a look at this. This might be a motive. These are your parties. These are your players, and do things like that.
In doing that in 2019, briefly, did you come to find cases in which YFN members or YFN locations were either the targets of some type of crime, or YSL member locations were the targets of some crime?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention to certain dates. In the 2019, did you become aware during that time of an incident that happened at 1600 Prior Road?
Yes.
At 1600, in any particular
Orders on what would be the Summerhill neighborhood, leading to the Summerhill neighborhood, which is where YFN would be frequenting.
And as a part of knowing about that investigation, did you learn there was a victim in that case?
There was.
Okay, who was the victim?
A gentleman named Milton Howard.
And were you familiar through your investigation with an individual by the name?
Took a look at the case and spoke with the investigators. I learned that.
Sustained.
Okay. Without telling me what you learned or what anyone told you, did you determine if that person was associated with a gang?
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang was Milton Howard associated with?
YFN.
And was anyone ever arrested at that incident?
Yes.
Who?
Javon Fleetwood.
Is that the same Javon Fleetwood we talked earlier? Is that the same Javon Fleetwood that had the YSL test?
Yes.
All 2019 in that year, or did you receive police reports about an incident that happened on Cruz Street?
Yes.
Is Cruz Street in any particular gang territory or neighborhood?
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
Say that one more time.
It's in the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta.
And is that the neighborhood affiliated with YFN?
Yes.
Do you know that location specifically of 1040 Cruz Street?
What can you define?
Is it a shopping center? Do you know what it is?
That was over 5. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
And were there any victims at the location?
I believe there were.
You want to rephrase?
Yes.
Can I Look at my notes for freshman
Do you
recollection.
have notes of regarding knows help refresh your memory as to that particular incident?
It would.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Of help
What?
All right. Just look at it without saying anything. If it refreshes your memory, look at it and finish.
Okay.
Okay. Did that help refresh your memory? Victims at the location.
Yes.
Was YSL Lucci at that location?
I learned through the investigation that he hasn't been seen at the location. Yes.
And was that incident on May 22nd, 2019?
It was.
On that same day, did you learn of or did you have the case a shooting at 151 Cleveland Avenue?
I learned that there was shots fired there. Yes.
Okay. And was that also on May 22nd, 2000? And as we talked about earlier, that's in the Cleveland Avenue area.
Correct.
Was there this, again, kind of back and forth of shootings, back and forth between YSL areas and YFN areas?
Correct.
On May 25th, 2019, was there a shooting?
I believe there was a shots fired at that location.
Is that in the Cleveland Avenue YSL area?
It is.
Okay.
Sustained.
It's 211 areas did YSL members.
It is. It's an.
In May 27, 2019, was there another shooting?
There was.
And were there victims a part of that shooting?
I just need to refresh real quick. There's several incidents that I want to misspeak or confuse them. That's all. Yes.
And were there victims in that shooting?
There were 2 people present. No, I believe.
Now, with the incident that we just referred to outside of the one that happened on Pryor Road, for the Crew Street and the 2 Cleveland Avenues and the Belgar Place, was there anyone ever apprehended? Now, taking you to June of 2019, did you ever learn of an incident in which the grave of Donovan Thompson was defaced?
Yes,
And was there a police report associated with that defacing?
I believe there was an information report taken.
What's the difference between an information report and a police report?
I mean, it's a type of police report where just information was given, and they wanted the incident documented.
And as a part of this investigation here in this indictment, did you pull any social media accounts from a social media website called the Shade Room?
I did.
Right. Your posting.
I think just being on Instagram, I just so happened to see the posts come up, and it was relevant to what we had been working with.
And what was the post?
I believe it was a post associated with Jeffrey Williams. And
why was it significant to you?
it was directed at Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, YFN Lucci, saying that if I didn't like what you did for your mother and your kids, I would have been killed you.
And did you posting?
I did.
Permission to approach Ron?
You may.
Tell me if you recognize 429 VV.
I do.
And how do you recognize 429? And does it appear to have any additions or deletions from what you?
Does not appear to, no.
Your Honor, this time state would like to admit 429 VV into evidence.
Okay. All right. That's admitted.
And what was the date of the post?
It was posted on the room, I believe it was August 19th of 2019. That's the date that they had reposted it. And it's saying, this is when I saw this.
And you said August 19th. I see a date on there. It's August 18th.
18th, I'm sorry, 2019.
And do you know at all if that particular post was ever deleted from the actual account of Thugger One's account?
I believe it was.
And do you know if this was captured in a Shade Room just prior to it being deleted or before it was deleted? And this is towards the end of this report that we just discussed.
Yes.
About in 2020, there was some transition in employment or what you were doing initially in 2019, and then you transitioned to something, a new.
So I had been promoted to criminal investigator. Typically, once you arrive there, you're assigned out to a task force. Could be the ATF, the FBI, the DEA. I went to the GBI gang task force. Because my whole career had been spent in Atlanta, I was assigned.
What were you able to do now that you weren't able to do in 2019 with those 2019 cases?
Supervising an actual caseload, free to, and now that I'd been through the academy with them, charge and work criminal cases.
And did you end up then working criminal cases, again, associated with the conflict that was happening between YSL and YSL? I want to direct you to May 4 of an incident that occurred at 1220 Gun Club Road.
Yes.
How did you get involved in that investigation?
I believe that night we were out on the street working and we heard the 911 call come up for the incident.
Once you heard the 911 call come up, what was the incident?
There was I think it was described on radio as like a active shootout up and down Gun Club Road happening at that moment.
Or heard the call over the radio.
I believe unit to.
And who were the victim suspects? You learned about who did you do?
I looked at their social media accounts.
Who and had that name come up before? Were you familiar with that name?
I was.
How were you familiar with Tanquarius Mender?
I'd worked with him previously in my other roles, and I'd spoken to him before in non-custodial settings, custodial settings. So I had a pretty decent rapport with him at that point.
And we earlier, was he associated with the gang?
Yes, YSL.
And did he have another? What was that?
The Rolling 60s Neighborhood Crips. He had two.
What are his nicknames?
He would either go by Nard or Stunna.
Now, you said you looked at his social media. Did you look at anyone else's social media? Mender's social media, what, if anything, did you do next?
When I let them know about a post I'd seen the day before.
What was the post?
Mr. Mender had been driving around Summer Hill.
Is that the post that you talked about earlier this morning?
It was.
Okay. Once you informed the ag assault detective, did you do anything else as related to this case?
No.
Did you ever look in Marquavius Huey's phone around the time of this investigation?
No.
Was Mr. Mender the only person associated with this case on Gun Club Road?
Yes.
Okay. When you say at that time, what do you mean?
Later on, I had reviewed Mr. Huey's cell phone extraction. I had learned about additional parties that were involved.
What additional parties? Phone.
I got them back, but it was pretty, there's a lot of things. So it took a while to take a real deep dive into the phone. So I had to do bits and pieces.
When you were assisting Sergeant Henderson with his case in October 2020, or had you looked at Huey's phone prior to that?
No, around October 2020.
Okay. So when you were looking through his phone in October 2020, is that when you saw information about some stuff that happened in May of 2020?
Correct.
All right. After looking through Mr. Huey's phone, did you ever look?
Yes.
Do you know, and do you know Kenneth Copeland?
I was familiar with Mr. Copeland from when I first started working in Atlanta. He was part of the 30 Deep Criminal Street Gang. And I'd supervised him throughout the years.
When you were you familiar with his social media account?
I was.
And looking at Mr. Mender's, Huey, and Mr. Copeland's social media account, did you see any pictures of any of them on each other's social media accounts? When looking at their social media, when did you see interaction?
April or May, probably of 2020.
As it relates, was there anyone ever arrested for?
He was.
All right. Now taking you to May 24th, 2020, where H Borders Road.
Yes.
That location, is that in any particular gang area?
That's an area that would be frequented by members of YFN.
Taking you to May 25th, 2020, did you
The unit worked on a team on that case, yes.
you said
I, probably maybe 10. The unit as a whole would, because there were so many cases, would split up and divide tasks on each case.
were there any victims associated with that case?
Yes.
Who were the victims?
Reginald Thomas.
Who was the victim in that case? Oh, sorry, and let me go back into 411 Parkway Drive. I apologize.
That's kind of been, there's a, can I explain it a little bit? It's kind of complicated.
Okay. Because of the other shooting that happened?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me know that location.
I am.
How are you familiar with 411 Parkway Drive?
Into Atlanta territory. That's somewhere you find them, especially on a nice day, hanging out in the parks, the areas throughout the Fourth Ward.
And was there a shooting at that location?
There was.
Who was arrested for that incident, for that shooting?
There was. The two that I can think of off the top of my head will be Reginald Thomas and Tydricus Glass. Oh, I'm sorry. Reginald Thomas.
Ms. Thomas and Mr. Bass, were you familiar with those individuals?
I was.
And were they associated with any gang?
YFN.
And I think I asked earlier about Mender being a part of Rolling 60s Crips.
Correct.
Did Rolling 60s Crips have any association with any gang?
They had an alliance with YSL.
And I said association, you said alliance. Why did you give a distinction?
Alliance would be like, to me, from my investigative experience, means that they'll work together and they'll partner on things.
Take you to May 26, 2020. Was there a shooting at 257 Trinity Street?
There was.
And was there a victim? Who was that?
Marcus Sims.
And were you familiar with that individual?
I was.
How?
He was a friend of.
And to your knowledge, do you know Mr. Sims was a part of any gang?
No, we said I was.
Okay. And associate of what gang?
The Rolling 60 Crips.
Is that because of his relationship with Mr. Alford?
Both Mr. Mender and Mr. Alford.
First incident at 361 Edgewood.
There was.
Are you familiar with that? And how are you?
That's an area frequented by members of Y.
What?
I don't believe anybody was injured, but I think 2 people were shot at.
June 3rd, 2020. Was there an incident at 600 Martin Street?
There was.
Okay. And did you have any part of the investigation of that incident at 600 Martin Street?
I just look quick to make sure. Yes.
What was your involvement?
That was the case handled by the aggravated assault unit. From the location, some information on that location.
And what was significant about the location where it occurred?
It was the scene of a YFN Lucci video.
And 600 Martin Street, is that where is 600 Martin Street?
In Summerhill.
And any victims in that case?
I'm unsure if there was a vehicle struck by gunfire.
And whose vehicle was struck by gunfire?
Mr. Bennett or Lucci.
I want to take you to June 20. Was there an incident at 1044 Hank Aaron?
There was.
Okay. And where is 1044 Hank Aaron?
In the Summerhill neighborhood of Atlanta. It's an apartment complex.
And was there any apartments or homes shot at, was shot at or shot up?
It was the family home of Sabian Cluster, better known as YFN Fat.
And
there were.
And were there any shell cases found at the incident 600 Martin Street on June 3rd?
There were.
And was that this incident just a day apart?
There were.
Was anyone ever arrested for those two incidents?
They were not.
And then I want to take you to June 30th. Was there an incident at 6:30, the same or similar location as the incident that happened on May 25th, 2020, near 411 Parkway Drive?
I'd say several, like maybe 6 or 7 blocks north of where that happened.
And would you still consider that the area of the Rolling 60s stronghold?
That was the area in the 400 block is the area that they liked the most.
Okay. And were there any victims for that particular shooting?
Yes, multiple.
Okay. Who were some of the victims?
There were multiple members of the Rolling 60s Crips, including Shadari Mitchell, Kenneth Long, Demario Franklin.
Is that the same Marcusons that we talked about from the May 26, 2020 incident?
It is.
Look at any social media.
I did. I believe I was reviewing the account for Tidricus Glass.
And was there anything of any significance that you found while reviewing that particular social media account?
There was a live video that I found.
Why did you find it interesting?
They were drinking and dancing around in like a kitchen or something, singing "Drop a Op" and "We Celebrate."
And okay, is that what the post said?
I believe there, if I one of the two YFN associated individuals or whoever celebrate, well, they're like pouring shots, I think it was.
Okay. And were there other unit found of note to you?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of those shootings in both the YFN associated territory as well as the YSL associated territory?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to the stabbing of Mr. Bennett in February of 2022. Once you received the text messages and you reviewed them, what in determining what was going on with this stabbing of Mr.
Within the jail, because Mr. Bennett, of course, luckily was not killed or wait, Mr. Bennett.
And as you continue to review jail calls, did you find any additional jail calls of note to you regarding any stabbing of Mr. Rayshawn Bennett?
I did.
Okay. Well,
Christian Eppinger.
and what did you do once you learned or heard that call?
As far
like once you listened to the call, what if anything did you do?
was a call where a female is acting as a middleman. So to identify the that she account to, I obtained phone records for the female, identified the number that she called at that exact time that the jail call was taking place, and then was able to identify the person being called.
And who Antonio Summer have a nickname?
Obama.
What steps did you take after that?
I then decided to apply for applications for the phone lines.
Why did you for wiretap?
Because we were fearful that under kill, this plot would continue. So we felt that was the best course of action at that time.
And were you able to wiretap both Mr. Garlington's phone and Mr. Solomon's phone?
Yes.
Now, tell the jury, what are the steps that happen once you secure a warrant and you're able to get a wiretap?
I was out of things. Then I have like IT people or technical people that they take the paperwork you receive from the judge and they forward it to the phone company. And then it takes a couple hours. You have a wire room set up. It's a private, secure location. Getting the paper company, receiving data coming in the wire room. You'll start receiving phone calls, text messages, and you'll see sometimes just data, like when you're browsing on your phone or making a video call, you'll see that stuff starts coming in and being registered.
You maintain 24 hours a day.
It does.
And why is that?
Because you have to actively, you're now responsible for monitoring what's coming in, and you can't leave it unmonitored. Somebody has to be there monitoring.
Now, when you are monitoring those calls, are you able or stop listening to the calls?
So everybody gets what's called a minimization training. They get informed of the basis of the case. They're passed out copies of the affidavit so they know what's going on, what allowed us to get there. They read, we talk about what they should listen out for, what's going on, and then minimization procedures. So if somebody calls their grandma, for example, and she's talking about what she's going to make for dinner, or what do you want for me to buy you this year for your birthday? 2 minutes, and if at the 2-minute mark there's no criminal activity, you mute or you minimize for 1 minute. You resume, you click back in, and you listen for another 2 minutes. If there's no criminal activity, you mute again. And I'm sorry, I say mute, I mean minimize. At that time, once you minimize, you cannot go back. The recording stops. And you do that. Now, if there's criminal activity, that's why the case you can listen.
And when you got the warrant, do you remember when you got the initial warrant for Garlington and Mr.
I want to say we went up on the line somewhere around like the first week of March. So it should have been around there, like the 10th, maybe, or somewhere around there.
As it relates to Mr. Garlington, were you able to initially listen to his calls?
No.
Why not? What happened?
Coincidentally, he had changed his phone number.
Once he had changed his phone number, what, if anything, did you secure another, securing another number from Mr. Garlington?
I reached out to his probation officer to see if, to remain in compliance, he may have updated her with his new phone number.
And had he done that?
He had.
And then for Mr. Sumlin's line, were you able to go up on his phone immediately?
Yes.
How long were you on, and how long did you have a wiretap on each of those phones?
The initial application goes for 30 days. So I know we had 30 days on both. And then I did renewals on both. So we did 60 days. I can't remember if Mr. Garlington went into custody before his 60, but we had authorization 60 days ultimately on both.
Why did you choose to extend the first 30 days?
Because the criminal activity was still pretty active. There were still crimes being committed, still intelligence being gathered.
I direct you to March of 2022.
Okay.
The stabbing of Mr. Bennett inside the Fulton County Jail, did that information ever get released to the public? Okay. When you said it was delayed, what happened?
I don't believe it hit the news until some court documentation was filed.
And what documentation was filed?
An emergency motion for bond on Mr.'s behalf.
And
I want to say first few days of March, I believe.
permission to approach? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6TT. But I have a refresh your memory as to when that bond here, or when that motion was filed.
Yes.
Okay. When was that motion filed?
March 1st of 2022.
And after March 1st, 2022, did you start seeing Mr.
Yeah, several news outlets picked it up.
Once several news outlets began to pick it up, did you, as an investigator with the gang unit, this YS conflict, did court spark any investigation on your part about anything that you were going to do as it relates to the conflict with YSL?
Based on my experience with with these two groups and the conflicts, we were on heightened.
By the time the media release occurred, were you already up on the wire, or did that come after the release of the information to the media?
I believe it came after.
Okay. did you become aware of the shooting? Did you become aware of who, if anyone, was killed as a part of that incident?
I do. That would be Christian McMiller, Big Ford.
Time that incident occurred?
I believe it happened around 3:30 a.m.
And have you had any involvement with any investigation as it relates to that case?
I have.
And is that still an open pending? After that shooting on March 11, 2022,
Yes.
when was that shooting?
I believe that the incident on the highway took place at 3 a.m. Fast forward to about almost just before 10 o'clock. The shooting at 12. I think the call for service came in around 9:47.
And where is 12 Atlanta?
In Summerhill.
Familiar with that location?
I am.
How are you familiar with that location?
2020, it was the 12 Atlanta itself. The convenience store was the target of drive-by shootings.
And was there anyone injured on March 11, 2022?
Yes.
And who was that?
I believe the gentleman's name is Cortez Houston. He's a YFN associate.
Has there been anyone arrested for that shooting?
Yes.
Who's that?
A gentleman named Stephen Harris.
And are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
How?
He's documented not by me, but another member of the gang unit as a member of YSL.
After that incident on March 12, 20, of the shooting, without saying Cleveland Avenue.
I was in the wire room monitoring the calls in the wire tap, and we heard a shooting.
After hearing about that shooting on the wiretap, did you ever come to learn at I-20 in Windsor?
Yes.
Okay. When did you first learn about that shooting?
I believe somebody from the gang unit that I work with had called and let me know.
Once you learned about that information, what, if anything, did you do?
I spoke with investigator Flores, who I believe was the on-call gang investigator for that night.
And did you learn of the individual? Was someone killed at that location?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn of the name or the identity of that individual?
A gentleman by the name of Shamel Drinks.
Now, when you first heard that name, were you familiar with that individual at all?
I was not.
When you first heard that name, did you know at that time?
No.
And you say no, why is that?
Just because it was.
After hearing about the shooting at I-20 Windsor Road, did you look at any social media account? Why were you looking at social media?
Just in conjunction with The Wire, we were always here just so we were aware of what was going on, so we could understand the context of things we were hearing.
And as you were observing, as you were perusing social media the next day after the March 14th, if anything did you find?
I saw several posts of Chanel drinks at the crime scene being made.
Okay. And when you say was being made, who was it being made by?
Members of YFN.
And about how many posts did you see?
There were numerous posts. I don't think I put a number on it.
Saw those posts. Did you ever capture those posts?
I began.
You said you captured just in case they were needed.
Correct.
Okay. You. Permission to approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacy did at 465 BV, 67 BV, and 468 BV. Tell me if you recognize 465, 467, and 468.
I do.
And how do you recognize 465, 467, and 468 BV?
Three of the social media, of the several social media captured following the death of Mr. Drinks.
And are those three just some of the examples of what you were seeing being posted on the day after Mr. Drinks passed away?
Yes.
And those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the social media accounts that you observed and that you screenshotted back in March?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 465, 467, and 468 BV. Permission to publish. Now showing you what's been admitted 465 BV, posting this picture.
That is a gentleman that goes by the name Kelvin Watts or.
And were you familiar with Shell Cal?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you familiar with Shell Cal?
From past investigations involving both of these groups.
Now I'm going to show you 467 BV. Who is the person? Is that also Mr. Drinks?
It is.
And who is posting that? Who made the post?
It's made by 44 Stevo, which I know.
Okay, and I apologize. Going back to 465, what was Shell Kel's Instagram handle.
Life.
All right. Now go, I'm sorry, back to 467 BB. 44 Steve-O, what's his given name?
Stephen Johnson.
All right. And was he associated with YFN? BV. Who made the post?
The username is going to be YFN Fat 14. That's going to be Sabian Cluster.
And is that the Sabian cluster that we talked about a few moments ago with the back and forth shooting?
It is.
All right. And what was that? What did that post say?
I don't feel right putting that behind your name nut with the broken heart.
Okay. Once you started these and examples of these posts, what, if anything, did you assist at all with this investigation that time on March 15th?
I didn't, because when you're the affiant of a wire, it's a lot of things you have to do. You have to manage schedules and people in the room and do all. Also, I tried capturing these, working in the wire room, and then I went home to get some sleep.
Now I'm going to take you to March 16th, 2022. Did you have the occasion to respond to a shooting? And how did you get involved with responding to the shooting at 2830 Waters Road?
One of my partners, either investigator Dabney or investigator, has called that there was a shooting at the location.
And let me ask you this. Back in 2022, where were you working?
The Fulton County District Attorney.
The APD gang unit will reach out to you if there was a shooting that they were responding to.
If it was gang related and something that we had been working on, absolutely. I talked to them daily.
And did you respond to that location?
I did.
Sitting here today, do you recall what time you responded to that location?
I want to say I made it out there probably around 2 a.m., I believe.
You said around 2 a.m.?
Around 2 a.m., I believe.
Court $10 for 1 minute.
I met with my partner, investigator Flores, and I spoke with the officers on scene, and they said they had several victims that were separated amongst different cars on scene while they were still sorting out what was going on. And I got the names of the people that were present.
Okay. And were you familiar with any of the individuals who were present?
Yes.
Okay. Who did you know?
I knew Mr. Garlington, of course, because he was one of my wiretap targets that we had running. And I knew Mr. Shannon Stillwell. I know Mr. Stillwell, I think.
Okay. And how long have you known Mr. Garlington?
Probably say since 2014, if not longer.
Right. And how long had you known Mr. Jackson?
Tina.
All right. And did you speak with Mr. Garlington or Mr. Jackson?
I spoke with both.
And were either of them able to provide you any information about what had occurred at their home at the home that night?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That motion.
Did you speak with Mr. Jackson and Stillwell that evening?
I did.
Okay. And was he able to provide you any information regarding the shooting that had occurred that night? Able to give you any description of what happened that night?
If I remember correctly, he just said, I think when he arrived at the location, people just started shooting, but he didn't know what had happened or why.
And while you met with him, when you got to the scene, were there cars in the driveway?
Yes.
And was he able to identify a car that he was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
He said a white Audi.
And did he point out that Audi to you?
I don't know if he pointed it out. I think he may have said like that one over there. And I looked close. Cars parked in the yard on the right side of the house, and there was a white Audi that was like an Audi, being an Audi sedan, and it was the sedan that was parked closer.
Did you take pictures of that Audi? Or you were investigator floor and take pictures of that Audi?
One of us did, yes.
And did you take pictures of Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
And what about Mr. Stillwell?
One of us did, yes.
By the name of Miles Farley.
I had seen him, but I'd never interacted with him before.
Had you seen social media accounts for him?
Yeah, social media accounts, music videos, the guys.
Was he present on that morning of March 16, 2022?
He was.
And did you take pictures of him?
One of us, I think.
Now, when you met with were they victims of the shooting?
Yes.
With Mr. Jackson, Mr. Garlington were in the March 14th murder.
No.
Had you talked to Investigator Hogan about his homicide?
No.
Excuse me, was Investigator when you spoke with Mr. Garlington and Mr. Jackson on March 16th, had you seen any surveillance video from the homicide on March 14th, 2022?
No.
When you met with or spoke with Mr. Do you have any knowledge of the suspect vehicle as related to that March 14th, 2022?
Other than the victim, no knowledge of the circumstances or anything with the investigation.
Did you actually leave the location at 2830 Waters Road?
I did.
You said this is about 2 o'clock. At some point in time, go to Atlanta Police Department on March 16, 2022.
Yes.
What was your purpose of going to the Atlanta Police Department?
I had to return to check on the wire. I got a few hours of sleep on the wire room and also stopped by to see Detective Kevin Leonpacker. Stopped by his office to talk to him for a minute.
And work with Detective Leonpacker with your investigation?
All the time.
Okay. And just as a side note, what types of things would you Packer do with your cases that you're on?
I would bounce investigative ideas off him sometimes with cases that I had, but also most importantly, my investigation cell phones through search warrants and things like that, or in evidence. I would bring them to him with a search warrant for him to conduct a forensic extraction of the phones for me.
Okay. Now, going back to March 16, when you make it to APD?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, did you make it to Kevin Leonpacker where he's?
Yes.
Are any investigators that sit?
Yes,
Is Detective Hogan one of those investigators?
it's Detective Leon Packer, empty cubicle, Detective Hogan.
2022, did you see Detective Hogan?
I did. On my way to his desk, I passed Hogan.
And what happened once you passed him? What happened?
When I walked past Hogan's desk, I said, "Hey, Hogan." I said, "Your victim," I said, "is being posted by some guys just checking to see." And then he said, "Well, I got some survey. I don't know how much else."
He said he didn't have much else.
Yeah, he just
At that point in time, did he show you something?
said, "What you got? Let me see what you got." I pulled it. I talked to Kevin for a second. He said, "Come on over." And I looked at what he had.
And,
Gas station that I recognized to be at Fulton and Windsor.
and what did you see on the surveillance video?
He showed me some individuals that he had identified at his.
The video, what, if anything, did you do?
I immediately recognized Mr. from the night before because he was wearing the same clothes, and I recognized Mr. Farley on the video.
And you said the night before, you were on March 16th as well?
Sorry, it was the same day. 2 a.m., sleep for a few hours. So it was the same day.
And when you watched the surveillance video, was this surveillance video from March 14th? And you had just, not just, but morning has seen saw him in the video.
Correct.
And then you said you also recognized Miles Farley on the video.
Correct.
All right. One, Mr. Farley and Mr. Stillwell, what if anything did?
There was a third individual on the video that I knew was associated with them, but I didn't know him. So I told investigator Hogan he may want to get with somebody else to get a name on that person. And then he showed me his case.
Did he remember something else?
The surveillance video.
And what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle, his suspect vehicle?
I recognized it as the white Audi with the Maryland tags from the home at Waters Road that I'd seen hours prior.
Now, you said that you did not recognize the third individual in the surveillance video directed.
Well, I recognized him by face. Just a name. I didn't have a name. So I think investigator bell to the desk or come downstairs to help Hogan.
16, 2022. When you spoke with Mr. Jackson about what happened that night, how did the conversation come up about what vehicle was his? Do you recall?
When he said I just got here and they started shooting or something like that. I just got here and they started shooting, or I pulled up and they started shooting. So I said, well, what vehicle were you in?
And when you spoke with Mr. on March 16th, did he ever in the days prior to you seeing him on Waters Road?
No.
While you were meeting with, or not meeting with, but speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever speak with him about the homicide that had occurred on March 5th, I-20 on Windsor Road?
No.
The PD, at any point after speaking, did you take continuous in his investigation?
I went upstairs and reviewed the wiretap data for that time.
At that time, what time are you referencing?
The time that would encompass his homicide taking place.
And did you find any calls around the time of when the homicide took place?
I did.
Once you went upstairs and reviewed and went to the wiretap room and kind of reviewed those calls, what, if anything, did you do next?
I think just continue to until anything from our end, but
Did you ever come to take out?
reviewing the calls now, that would be reviewing the calls for the night before when I responded out at 2 a.m. I began to review those calls from that incident, and learned some information that led me to obtain a Fulton County search warrant for the location at Waters Road.
And so let me understand clearly, you heard some information on the wiretap.
Correct.
And was that information on the wiretap March 16th?
Correct. The time that we responded out there and I encountered Mr.
And based upon the wiretap, you then went and applied for a search warrant at Waters Road.
Correct.
Got on the scene at Waters Road. Did you go inside of the house on March 16th?
I may have peeked inside the house. I can't remember, if I don't think I did we didn't search it or anything.
The home on March 16th when you responded.
They were victims at that time. I didn't have probable cause in my eyes to obtain a search warrant for them.
The search warrant to search the home on March 17, 2020.
Yes.
And did you all search the home on March 17, 2020?
Yes.
And did you have police department to execute that search warrant on March 17, 2022?
Gang unit in conjunction with Leon Packer came out to help. There's a bunch of people helping out.
You're on permission.
Well, a good time for a bathroom break. So let's take a bathroom restroom in a few. No problem.
You went to Waters Road and you went to the search there.
Correct.
When you got to Waters Road on March 17th, 2022, did it look the same way that it looked when you were there?
You're talking about,
When you were at the house 16th, 2022. You went on March 17th, 2022. Did the house look the same on March 17th than did on March 16th?
I'm gonna overrule that. I mean, go ahead. You can.
are you talking about before or after entry was made?
Particularly clear question, that may be the problem.
On March 16th, when you went to the house, did it have TVs and video surveillance systems and stuff? Did
Are you talking about the interior?
Yes, when you went on March 16th, did you see video surveillance inside of the house? On March 16th, when you responded and spoke to Mr. Jackson?
I watched body camera and I was able to see through the front.
Okay.
Hang on.
When you saw the house, did she
go?
Did you go inside the house?
But if the front with the front door open, you could see from the front yard.
So
Did you personally observe?
Yes, Your Honor.
Able to see inside of the home?
Yes, from the front
of the house. Were you able to see television and video surveillance systems?
Yes.
Okay. When you search warrant, y'all made entry into the home. Was that same surveillance camera system still at the house? When you got there on March 17th, 2022, were all of that were present on March 16th, 2022 at the location?
No, I believe 3 were left at the location.
Did Detective Liam Parker video the search warrant and the contents that were recovered from the search warrant?
Yes, to assist me, he helped with.
And were you present during the execution of that search warrant?
I was.
All right. Now, as a part of your investigation, and let me ask you this, did you observing and monitoring social media during this period of time?
I was.
And was that in conjunction with wiretap?
Yes.
Why were you still observing and monitoring?
It's of an investigation. You never know towards the end what may get the full picture of everything. Better to have and not need and not have. So I like to kind of make sure everything is together, because like you might get to the end of an investigation, something that seems so small is huge. So I was making sure to capture as much as I could.
Individual public accounts.
Yes.
And during the course, I want to start with just initially, were you able to find social media posts of Shell Kell, his account?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have pictures of himself with Rayshawn Bennett or YFN Lucci?
Yes.
Pictures of himself with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Approach the witness, I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 BV and 4 BV. Tell me if you recognize 440 BV and 454 BV.
I do.
How do you recognize 440 BV?
That I collected during March of 2022.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of posts made by Shell_Kel _ Nutlife?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 440 BV and 454 BV into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
And looking at 440 VV, when did you capture the image?
Should have been sometime in March.
And who is depicted in the picture?
That is in the white T-shirt, and it's Mr. Rayshawn Bennett, who's shirtless.
And sitting here, do you know where this picture is taken?
That appears to be the Trestle Tree Apartments.
And are you familiar with Trestle Tree Apartments?
I am.
And how are you familiar with Trestle Tree?
That's an area favored by the YFN Criminal Street Gang.
Okay. Now looking at 454 BB. In March of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. And who is in this picture?
That's Kelvin Watts in the camouflage jacket, and that's going to be Donovan Thomas with the varsity jacket on.
All right. And again, is this on Shell_Kel's Instagram page?
Yes, this was on his.
Did you also have the occasion to capture pictures? There's big mailer with members associated with YSL.
Yes.
And did you capture those pictures? I'm going to mark this 441 BV, 442 BV, 443 BV, and 450. If you recognize those images.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are also photos that I captured during March of 2022.
Okay. And do those appear to be fair and accurate Instagram posts?
Yes.
You're on this time the state would like to admit 441 BV, 442 BV, 443.
441 through those are admitted.
Thank you. And permission to publish. what Instagram post, excuse me, what Instagram handle is this?
Um, the username is going to be real one.
Associated with
that account is going to belong to Darius Ford. 2021.
And again, did you screen grab this though in March of 2022?
I did.
Right. And who is do you recognize anyone inside the picture?
The gentleman with the orange hat is going to be Darius Ford, and then the gentleman next to him in the white shirt is going to be Jeffrey Williams.
All right. Next, going to 442 VV. Is that post?
It is.
And what is the date of this Instagram post?
February 17th of 2021.
And again, is that Mr. Williams depicted in this photo with Mr. Ford?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 443 VV. Are you familiar with this Instagram handle?
I am.
And what is the Instagram handle?
Ocean Drive Slim, but the C has been replaced with a 5.
And when is the original date of this post?
2019.
And are you familiar with the individual depicted in the post?
I am.
And who's depicted in the post?
Christian, Jeffrey Williams in the yellow, and 21 Savager, Mr. Shaya Joseph is in the white hoodie.
Okay. And are there any just emojis in this photo?
There's a green snake and a dagger emoji in the caption, and it says 4L.
All right. Next, looking at 441 VV. And is this also another post by the account belonging to Mr. McMiller?
Yes.
And do you recognize the side of the picture?
I see Mr. McMiller in the blue hat with the orange hoodie. Looking at the back of Mr. Garlington with the blue hat with the white writing. I see Mr. Quantavious Greer. He also goes by Umfunk and the.
Now, while you were looking at social media, after the death of Mr., you see any associated with YSL regarding the death of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Yes, multiple accounts.
And did you screen grab those in the same way?
I did.
It's going to be 4. Permission to approach again, Your Honor?
May.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 447 through 450. BB, then 452 BB. Take a moment and look at this.
Okay.
Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
There are additional social media images I pulled.
Back in March of 2022.
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 447 to 450 VV, 452 through 453 VV, and then 463 VV into evidence.
For 47 to 50, say that to me, but I think I got it wrong.
447 VV through 450 VV.
Yeah.
Then 452 VV through 453 VV. And then last is going to be 460 VV.
All right, thank you. You may.
Now, show us TV. Is this whose Instagram post is this? Excuse me.
That's
the picture in the account. Does that appear to look similar to the location of where the picture just was, the date, given the clothing, what Mr. McMiller is wearing?
It appears so.
Okay. And going to the next 448 BB. Looking at 448 VV, are you familiar with the Instagram handle Bentley BZ4L?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's the Instagram account associated with Christian Eppinger.
All right. And again, is this another post of Chris posting Mr. Ford in that picture?
Correct.
All right. Going. Are you familiar with Instagram handle OOG_Tunk?
I am.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
That's a social media account associated with.
What is depicted on the post that he posted?
Again.
Going to go to 450 VV. Is this another picture of Mr.?
It is.
All right. Next 452 VV. OG.BOOL_.
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram account?
That's the social media account associated with Shannon Stillwell.
And is this a post that was posted on that account?
It was.
And what does it say?
Just rest, Mac. I got you, man.
And are there emojis?
There are.
What are the emojis?
A crying heart, a bandaged heart, and the devil emoji.
453 VV.
That is a post of Mr. Stillwell. Yes, the bandaged heart and the sad crying emoji.
All right. And the last 463 VV.
That's again a post from Mr. Stillwell's account.
And while we're getting that one to publish, and during this, again, listening to the wiretap in this kind of around March 11th of 2022.
I'm probably doing about 12 to 16 hours a day in the wire room.
And in preparation for trial, have you had opportunity to listen to some of those calls?
I have.
And now we have 463 VV. Is this a post from the account belonging to Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. And what does the post say?
I can hear Mac now still playing Goddamn Big. We let them suckers get us shit. Where the fuck boo at? Oh, sorry. That's what TF means, in case y'all didn't know. Boo at. And then it says, damn Mac, I miss you. I miss your ass preaching when I be on the bullshit.
All right.
The reference to Quentin Porter.
Now, going to some of the wiretaps that were, hold on, I want to direct you to March 11 p.m. And is this with the wiretap? What was the phone number? Do you recall now the phone number associated with Mr. Garland? For the last 4 years?
I can't, I know Mr. Sumlin's ended in, I think 8711, and I just knew the other one was Mr. Arlington.
I want to direct your attention to March 11th, 2000 at 10:05 p.m. from 27 seconds to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let me ask you this. Hold on. Excuse me. After Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford were killed, disrespecting both Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford.
There were several.
Sure, those Instagram posts that were being posted.
Yes.
Right. And why did you capture those?
Inflammatory, they were. I knew that they were going to be important because they were very, very disrespectful and inflammatory.
And have you had the opportunity to look at some of those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
If posts are inflammatory, in your experience as a gang investigator, does that occur? That may occur.
Absolutely.
457 VV and 462 VV. Do you recognize those pictures?
I do. I'm going to be from like fake accounts that were made to troll in Atlanta.
And do those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of images that you grabbed again in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're right. This time it's VV, 457 VV, and 462 VV intact. Now looking at, is this Instagram accounts that you were referencing?
That's one of the ones that we couldn't identify who it belonged to, but it was very, very vocal about the disrespect.
Okay. And what does the post say? The term op.
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of op?
It's short for opposite. It would have been in the days immediately after the death of Mr. McMillan, and Mr. Ford.
Okay. And we're looking at a document with you captured this post.
It would.
Mm-hmm. And do you have a copy of this? Look at it. As soon as your memory is refreshed, just look up at
11:30 p.m.
And about what time did Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford pass away?
It was maybe several hours night at 11:30 p.m. This got posted.
We'll go to the next post. Or Fifth Avenue, BB. Are you familiar with the Instagram handle 1ABG _Big Nick _?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that Instagram handle?
For this individual, his name is Nicholas Johnson.
And does he have a nickname?
Usually it's Fat Nick or Big Nick, depending on what he changes his handle to. But he's a YFN member.
And why was this, what, if any, significance did this post have?
This was also posted several hours after Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan had been killed, and he posted a song on top of him just moving around saying, and like typically in the old crime scenes where they'd outline the body in chalk. So this was inflammatory in that nature. We've seen this kind of just making sure everybody saw it.
And when was this, when did you capture this post?
The capture time reads 3 hours ago. So if I can refer to the sheet just to get the posting time. We posted at 11:20 p.m. that day following the murders. So it means that it was I was at 11:20 p.m., which means 8:20 p.m. it was posted.
Go to the next exhibit. And while that's pulling up, have you ever heard of the term smoking an op pack?
I have.
What is your understanding? You've heard that terminology.
An op pack is a play on words, like when you talk about a pack of loud or like marijuana or drugs. So now when they come in, they'll say we're smoking on this person that's dead. It's just another way of disrespecting the opposition when they get killed. So saying a new op pack just came in, they're smoking on these people. It's very, very common among gang language, especially when there's a murder that takes place.
And now looking at 462 VB, Joe, was that an actual page or was that a trolling page?
That was a page that was
sustained.
Okay. Were you familiar with that page?
I was not.
Okay. Were you familiar with anyone with sitting here? Do you recall what the picture that's in the caption, what that said?
With the picture itself?
No, not
the profile
the
picture.
profile. And give us an example of some of the inflammatory posts that you were seeing that you captured.
Yes.
Okay. We can take that. Now I want to go back to the wiretap call.
You may.
Christian, ain't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that shit, that was crazy, boy.
Man, I'm just going through what I'm calling when I had them posts. He told me, man, tell Corey, I said, what's wrong? I told him.
Yeah, that what I got there. That was like, man, that shit, that just it's too crazy.
But that's a fool. Boy, I'm like, damn, boy.
They hit him more. Oh, this.
I don't know. See, I think he the one that got shot in the head. I don't know about he had it. And at first, they was just like, bro was in critical condition for a minute.
I heard
But
he got hit in the head.
Yeah, but Roger had and goddamn told me what happened to him. He had that DM me like, man, bro just died too. So we turn on, but he was like it came from, Roger said it came from Summer Hill, but Quay just said they got into it with
who, nigga?
Man, I think them niggas a little old I run them folk, man. You know,
they got
folk, man, folk man going back and forth, they gonna answer. Last
Nigga, all
time
I
for
run.
me, see little young nigga.
Oh yeah, I heard it little hits me and shit.
Yeah, Quay say when B Slime just had the show, on for him, B Slime them got down, rushed to the car to get the fire, some shit. They hadn't got into it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He told me to pull up. He got down. He know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm sick on.
So what the hell he was coming from the car?
Yeah, that's what I thought. 'Cause everybody going to traffic. You like I be telling that nigga let go to traffic. But I ain't even saying that to him last night. I seen him putting his clothes on.
Lose his mom up at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
They like somebody got shot in the car, but they ain't really showing that.
Yeah.
I can see it sound like remember at 7, 8 or something. Damn, that way it was.
Hell yeah. Man, I ain't know that man. Them folk blowing my phone up.
They ain't seen none of them niggas in the car.
Nah,
Like,
man. Yeah, it was just them two, I think. I don't know. I ain't heard nothing, bro.
Nigga run, nigga, man. Nigga so goddamn fast.
I ain't talking nobody but Ed B.
Oh, Ed B.
Yeah, you know he don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ed B just laying low. And the girl in the tripping. Man, I called his phone. Somebody, this ain't his number. Yeah. Okay.
And we started playing at 3:37. I want to ask you a few questions about that call before the next call. Were you familiar with Demekion Garlington's voice?
Yes.
Okay. And was Demekion Garlington one of the individuals on?
Yes.
Right. During the call, you heard them talk about umfunk that we talked about earlier in the pictures.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Familiar with him?
I am.
How?
I have worked some investigations and spoken in person with their leader of that gang.
Okay. And with the henchmen, do they have any alliances?
They do.
What is one of their alliances? Now, you heard them talk about they were coming from Lacora. Are you familiar with Lacora?
I am.
Okay. What is Lacora?
It's a nightclub lounge on Metropolitan Parkway here in Atlanta.
And through your investigation of working the Miller Darius Ford homicide, are you familiar if there was an event at Lacora on the night before they passed away?
There was.
And based on your death.
Yes.
Now, there came a point in the portion of the that we listened to where the sound, an example, minimum you were referencing earlier, that if it's something that isn't about criminal activity, it will be minimized, and then you will pick the call back up.
Yes.
In listening to that call, do you know um, who Mr. Garson was speaking to?
Yes.
Okay, who?
And
You said
WOT.
That's his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. And how are you familiar with Mr. Wright?
A member of that gang.
And did you hear them mention S?
Yes.
And who is that nickname associated with?
Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
All right. I want to publish 49 p.m. from 00 to 1:12 p.m. I mean 00 to 1:12 minutes.
Yo,
What the hell you got going on?
shit, you got up.
Anybody asked, we went and looked like soon in the midnight. Anybody went and looked for that motherfucker, we couldn't find it.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Well, what are you
Leaving the room.
leaving the room?
Huh? Shit, same old shit.
Same shit.
Same shit.
I'm saying, what are you
Someone told me gonna come pick me up. Shit, that was on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think somebody be here on Rodlow. I said, man, Rodlow ain't getting no cold.
Yeah.
I tried that shit yesterday with a nigga on goddamn no.
Yeah. All right.
We're going to stop at 1:11 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize the voice of who he is speaking to?
That would be Mr. Stillwell.
Right. And in that call, the Mr. said, don't tell anyone. We went to go looking?
Yes.
Okay. Or we went to go looking, don't tell anyone?
It sounds like that's kind of hard to hear, but that's what it appears to sound like.
Okay. And they mentioned on that call, did you hear the reference to Big Nick?
I did.
All right. And are you familiar with that name? Big Nick, to your understanding, if Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell are talking, Big,
They would be referencing Nicholas Carter.
okay. How are you familiar with Nicholas Carter?
I know Nicholas Carter to be an older member of the gang associated with 2830 Waters Road.
Which gang?
YSL.
And you said you know him to be associated with 2830 Waters Road.
Correct.
To your knowledge, how's he associated with 2830 Waters Road?
I remember him being at that location during a narcotic search warrant back in 2014.
And again, he is different from Fat Nick, who we just talked about earlier, also who calls himself Big Nick, who's Fat.
Correct.
All right. Next, we're going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 1:23 a.m. from 4 feet into the call until the end.
Yeah, for real now, right?
D, it's sad about McMahon for real.
Man, on DB on Saturday here, bro.
I know.
That's why I just had to come drink, bro.
That's why I said I ain't called you. They said, "Do you okay?" I said, "I text. I ain't want to call him." He said, "Yeah, he answered. I called him."
Yeah, that's fucked up. That's hurt, bro.
Yeah, that shit put me on. So I know dude sad about it.
Yeah,
Damn, big poppy little shit too.
I know it, bro. Damn.
That shit crazy. That part had said they had like 45 gun shells out there.
Huh? 45 gun
Yeah.
shell?
Yeah.
Just know, Cash, we gonna get out of here.
D, you better show that down somewhere.
I am, but still, bro, like, I am gonna sit down and listen. I'm gonna sit down, bro, but I am, bro. Nigga think this shit a game right here playing. Yeah, bro, like I already going through some shit before that. Like it like all the type of trying. They got fun on my head. Bro, like and I still just be going places. You see, I be prepared for shit. If
Oh, damn.
I just got to do a shootout early.
Why the fuck you get into a shootout, D?
Because it's gun there.
Why would you? Oh my god.
Because the car, they were 3 deep with hoods on, so I had to shoot it. I don't know. On clear? It was a car got. I know it, bro. Yeah, you do.
D, you need to,
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. That had them niggas follow me. That how they follow me from Kiku. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what you gonna get 131. Yeah, phone. I didn't talk the phone. I talked to him. I told him to call. He just said, you know what we on every day. Hello. What you doing up at 131?
Seven is in 30 seconds into the call.
Without seeing the phone number, it's hard to, or the name from the line sheet, it would be hard to tell.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garland said on DB and he kind of explained something?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with or have you heard that DB? And what do you understand or DB, those initials to me?
Killed years ago.
And earlier when we talked about kind of the timeline after March 11th, already on the wiretap, was this the call that you were referencing?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, was there any police report associated with any shots fired around March 12th, 2022?
Yes.
All right. I'm now going to publish March 13th, 2022 at 5:09 p.m. 2:10, 2 minutes and 10 seconds to 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Uh, yeah, I think he died like right. He was in critical condition, probably like for few hours. Yeah, and I got shot in the head. Ain't bad. But wow, that shit, yeah, bro. Oh God, say nigga, kill or murder. Just made a song that somebody sent me that. Made the song. I don't know. They trying to act like they did it. Yeah. Yeah, got some more than claim that shit. And they don't even know them though, but they be okay. Be okay, the nigga who claim.
We're going to pause at 10. Now, in that particular portion, did you hear Demikion Garlington?
Yes. Kel Omerta.
Say that again.
Kel Omerta.
And are you familiar with that name, Kel Omerta?
I am.
How are you familiar with that name?
That is Markel.
And Markel, right, does PFK have any alliance?
They do.
Now, in doing your work, we spoke earlier today about music and gang investigation. In your experience, have you found with gangs that there are times that gang members do, and in your experience that sometimes gang members use music to promote their gangs?
Yes, often.
And here, when Mr. What did you say his name was? Kello Murder? Was the investigator of an opposition making a song about a potential death or bragging about a potential death?
Often.
And did you hear some other dudes might be claiming it as well?
Yes.
Did you see any social media posts throughout your investigation or while you were looking at social media of different groups claiming to have done the murder of
Not really. It was mostly YFN and then pages that were trolling, like pages that were just popping up out of nowhere, trolling.
March 13th, 2022 at 6:41 p.m. 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
What's up? Yeah, what's up, man? What the hell going on? Oh shit, I just got a phone G back. What you talking about? Huh? What you talking about? Oh shit, he was asking what happened. What happened? They saying different shit. Just different shit. Huh? What makes sense to you? Yeah, which one? What? Makes to you. Wait, what? Yeah. I'm gonna tell the kid. I'm gonna tell the kid. I don't want to fun. Make him make sense. You ain't gotta say much. You ain't gotta say much. Yeah. I thought yeah. You know I already know. I'm telling her. I'm telling the streets, man. Like they send it. They just send. Huh? What you saying? They get what? Nah, they keep sending like they keep sending different. They keep sending different. They got now. The nigga who claimed it, the nigga who out on Instagram, don't even know him. Yeah, he say he supposed to be PLK or some shit. I seen on phone last night. We ain't even really just talk like that. Everybody was leaving. I had one up. That was 21 little chip had all black. I had that one up there. Like, I'm walking out, seeing phone at the door. That shit over. What's going on? I'm finna call you.
Were you the person that Mr. Garnes was speaking to? And had you yourself had discussions or conversations with Mr. Copeland throughout the course of your career?
Multiple, yes.
Okay. Now, back in 2022, do you know if Mr. incarcerated?
I believe he was.
Are you aware of the relationship between Mr. Copeland and Mr. Garlington?
Yes.
How are you aware of that relationship?
They were good friends.
Your knowledge, ask you this, in 2015, were they good friends?
I believe so, yes.
And was Shannon Jackson a part of that friend group between Mr. Copeland, Mr. Garlington, and Mr. Jackson, to your knowledge? Between March 11th and March 14th, 2022, did you see any members or individuals associated or friends with Mr. McMiller and Mr. Ford making posts that appeared to be in response to some of the and did you cap those posts?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to view those posts in preparation for your trial?
Yes.
I mean, for your trial, for this trial. All right, permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 464 VV, 455 VV, 446 VV, 475 VV, and 458. Recognize the visit. 460, 446 VV, and 458. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do
Those are some of the posts that were captured during March, or I know one was definitively March 2022. I'd need to refer to check the others.
and do they appear to be fair and accurate depiction of the images that you captured in March of 2022?
Yes.
You're on this time, and I'll try to do it in order.
Thank you.
The state would like to admit 445 VV, 446 VV, 458 VV, 464 VV, and 475 VV.
Okay, I had thought I heard 454 at one point. That's not right. 445, 446, 445.
Information published. We're going to start with 464 VV. You screen grabbed this post.
The capture time was 2 minutes prior to that.
And is this on Instagram? Is this what only in existence for 24 hours?
Correct. They're posted to your profile. They don't go to your main profile. They go to a separate section. They're up for 24 hours, or if you want to delete it before that. And with that post, you can actually take a look and see who's viewed the story.
And are you familiar with the Instagram handle?
Fortray_. For the world, TV World, I'm sorry. Javon Fleetwood.
And is that the same shooting in May of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. The same individual with the YSL tattoo on his face?
Yes.
Okay. What does the caption say?
F, middle finger emoji, being safe, you got to stay dangerous.
looking at 445 VV, who's the poster of the post, or what Instagram account posting it?
That would be the account associated with Shannon Jackson or Shannon Stillwell.
And do you know what's the date of this post?
Is it okay to refer to the chart?
Yes.
It would be March 9th at 9:48 p.m.
Just speak up.
Sorry. Sorry. It was the capture date is March 9th at 9:48 p.m., but the post said 7 hours ago, so that would be around 2:48.
And Mr. Ford were killed.
Yes.
All right. And is that from that same account associated with Mr. Stillwell Jackson?
It is.
Okay. And what does the post say?
That racial expletive, y'all scared of me.
And is there an emoji?
The 100 emoji and like the strong, like it's for real. Like it's
The date of that post?
March 3 hours prior. So it was posted to around 6:48 p.m.
All right. Now I want to show you what's been admitted as Stacey. And looking at Stacey's exhibit 458 BV, is that also posted on the same Instagram? Stillwell, Mr. Stillwell.
Yes.
Right. And what does the caption say? What's the date and time of this post?
That was 23 p.m.
And was that around the same time or
2 hours after?
was shot in the head?
Yes.
Now, after during the course, all said that there were people to have done it.
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any posts that piqued your interest of it has done the killing of Mr. McMillan, Mr. Ford?
Objection.
Did you find any posts of note to you as a part of your investigation regarding Mr. Kelvin Watts? Post. What was the note to you in that post?
There were several. Can you refer to the specific post?
Sure. Did you find a post of Mr. Shelkel reposting a picture with Mr. Drinks, Mr. Jasper Walter, and himself? Captured by you.
It was captured on March 12th at 7:24 a.m.
And why was that picture of note?
The emojis and the captions and the people present in the photo.
And have you had an opportunity to see? I'm going show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 460 BV, mine's 460 BV.
I do.
And is that the post that we were just referencing?
Yes.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of the screen grab that you grabbed on in March of 2022?
Yes.
You heard this time the state would like to admit 460 BV is
Admit it. Admit it.
Now, who is of the
The original poster would be Mr.
and is that who had the no love underscore nut Instagram handle? Okay. Who is in this picture?
Mel Drinks.
And if you could
Sure. Right here, the jacket with the black on is going to be a gentleman that goes by the name Jasper Walters. He's a YFN member. He also goes by Lil Man. And then in the all black, you're going to have Mr. Kelvin Watts or Shell Kel.
And did Shellcal underscore nut life, the account associated with Kelvin Watts, words on the picture? First of all, what do the words say? Well, or you can read that whole caption.
Yeah, they say, I'm with ya. And he tags Shell Cal Nut Life and Summerhill Lil Man.
A emoji at the end of my.
The bird or the eagle or the bird emoji.
And is there a emoji, exclamation emoji and a 100 emoji?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for Instagram, that I'm with you exclamation 100 at Shellkel Nutlife at Summerhill.Lilman. Was that caption on the original post by the account associated with Mr. Drinks?
Correct.
All right. And then when it's reposted, do you see some other emojis?
Emojis. The zipper over the mouth emoji. And then you're gonna.
Is that from the original post, or is that from what Mr. Kelvin Watts posted when that account posted? And can you tell?
So it's not from the original post, and you can tell because it's outside the boundary of the original post. It's like kind of overlaid on top of it.
Because to you as a gang investigator.
After March 11th, yeah. Yes.
Why was it?
Walters and Mr. Watts have been very vocal about so the two shells and the zipper emoji were sort of telling.
Okay. And once you saw.
Correct.
All right. After seeing this post, and when did you capture this post?
I believe it was March 12th, 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m.
Okay.
1 a.m. on March 12th was when it would have been posted.
All right. Now I want to play for you But let me ask you this. So let's fast forward to March 14th, 2022.
Somebody all right? Anybody need a break? No.
I may take you up on that offer in about 10 minutes. On March 14th, 2022, did you at some point have the occasion to listen to any wiretap calls that were around March 14th, 2022 at about 9-something p.m.? Okay. And to your knowledge, do you remember when did you listen to those calls? Did you listen to them on 14th or?
I believe sometime afterwards.
Okay. And did you regarding the calls on March 14th, 2022?
The people that were speaking and some of the being had.
Now, when you listen to these calls, at that time, were Mr. Shamel Drinks?
No,
So you listened to the call before you were Mr. Drinks' murder?
I just don't know what call you're referring. I don't know. Which
On
one.
March 4th, the calls that on the wiretap that were on March 14th, 2022, around 9:45 p.m.
But sometimes we're a little behind on that. So you have monitors in there constantly, and then I listen to them originally. But I did go back and review.
After learning of the death of Mr. Drinks, did those calls after learning about Mr. Drinks' murder, specifically the calls around 9:45 p.m. on March 14, 2022?
Yes,
Note to you at that point.
because those would have been the calls at or around the time the murder was taking place.
And have you had an opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
You may.
And I want to direct your attention to March 14, 2022 at around 9:59 p.m. Commissioner.
You may.
And before we actually punch in, the wiretap content include location data. You're able to on the documentation with the wiretap where a phone call is when that phone call is being placed.
The majority of the time, it's not always foolproof. Sometimes the location will blank out and you won't have a location, but typically you can click on the map icon and it will show you phone calls are being intercepted is at that time. It'll give you an approximate location of what tower they're at, and it will show you the radius of how close they are to that location.
I'm on video. Hurry up. Call me on video. Call me. Pick up.
Now, did you hear what occurred in that call?
Yes.
You're on FaceTime. What did you hear on the phone call?
Basically telling someone to hurry up and call me.
As a gang investigator, is FaceTime significant? As
It
a gang
is.
investigator? Why is that significant as a gang investigator?
Because it's a common belief amongst people engaged in criminal activity that
Sustained.
you have knowledge of FaceTime
I do.
and whether or not FaceTime calls are recorded on telephone laws? Our FaceTime calls recorded if you get CDR records, call detail records.
If you pull call detail records, you have communication.
And in your experience, gang often want to speak on FaceTime rather than talking on the actual phone where the call details can be recorded.
Often through my investigations, once criminal activity begins to be discussed, they will prefer to switch to FaceTime cannot be that.
And at about 9:59, is that when this call takes place, when someone says, hurry up, get on FaceTime?
Correct.
Are you time in which that Detective Hogan showed you? What time Mr. Cole was at the BP gas station?
9 or parked outside of the store at the location.
And from the viewing of the surveillance video with the car associated with Mr. Stillwell, as well as a car associated with Mr. Parmavius Nichols at the gas station around that time?
I did not know who the car was associated with that time.
At some point, did you learn about who that other vehicle was associated with?
Yes.
You with the whole, if Demikion Garlington was at the BP gas station?
I was not.
At what point in time did you learn that Mr. Garlington was at the BP gas station?
When I went back and reviewed the wiretap data.
Based on your investigation, were you able to determine if he was in the white Audi?
Yes, he was.
Phone call, were you ever able to do any investigation that made the call?
We were. It took it was difficult to identify number for a little.
And did you eventually identify that phone number?
Eventually, yes. A gentleman by the name of DeMarco Boyer, who goes by Lil Co.
And based on your investigation, did you ever learn that phone at the gas station as well?
What?
And based on your investigation, were you able to determine car was it?
Based on my investigation, Mr. Boyer.
Okay.
You may. What else? Anything?
I think it's odd, but we're back. Odd that a detective or or the investigator would give a conclusory statement that so-and-so is in a certain car and just conclude it with no basis, but I will, so.
There is a basis because we have a call that's not being played before the jury, but there is a phone call. That phone number associated with Mr. Boyer, Mr. Garlington's phone. A few minutes before, although this is out, there is a basis because she is aware that that phone plotted at that location. Once she was able to determine whose phone number it is, and we were able to get the phone plotted. So
She has a basis to be able to know. I don't know if she has a basis to be able to know exactly what car he is in, does she? But she has a basis to know pretty close to where he is.
yeah, because we know that they're talking to people that
You're just like putting two and two together on the,
That's
I'm-
fine. I'll clear it
I
up on
think
cross.
that's legitimate. Okay.
I'll clear it up on cross. Thank
All
you.
right. All right. Are we ready for the jury if they're ready? No. Not like. Sure. If you think that's a good stopping point through this witness today. Okay, how much more will you have tomorrow? Huh? Oh, not tomorrow, sorry. The next day, Monday.
probably about 2 hours.
So
I understand the reason why. Especially given something.
y'all need to get better at your time estimates. All right, let's just get the jury back in.
How much? No, I think the judge. Still contemplating. I think judge. based on your investigation, some knowledge of Mr. Boyer being at the BP gas station.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after listening to this call in the days after Mr. Drinks's murder, did you see posts from Mr. Demikion Garlington,
Yes.
as well as Mr. Quarmavius Nichols?
Yes.
And did you capture those posts as a part of your investigation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those posts prior to your testimony today?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stacey did at 470 VV and 471 VV. Tell me if you recognize 470 VV and 471.
I do recognize them.
Have you recognized 470 VV and 471 VV?
These are posts that I had captured during the investigation. It was my wiretap as part of the March 2022.
And are those posts from the Quarmavius Nichols?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 470 and 471 VV into evidence.
Admitted.
And permission. Looking at 71, both these images just on one page.
Yes.
Okay. And what date were these posted?
Can I refer to them?
Yes.
They were posted on, or they were captured on March 5th, 33 minutes ago. So
It's posted on March 15th, 2022.
yes,
And what does the caption say?
we got y'all boys.
And who is in both images?
In the white t-shirt, you'll see Christian McMiller. And then in the black t-shirt holding up the watch is going to be Darius Ford.
And was this posted by Demikion Garlington?
It was.
And is this the day after Mr. Drinks was killed?
Yes.
Did you also then have the opportunity to see more images from YFN members regarding either Mr. Drinks or Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Yes.
I'm showing you 472, 473 VV. I'll just start. 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Okay.
Do you guys 461 VV, 472 VV, and 473 VV?
I do.
And how do you recognize those images?
Those were images that I captured during my wiretap investigation.
Okay. And do they appear to be fair and accurate depictions of pictures that you captured during your wiretap investigation?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 461 VV, 472, and 473 VV.
Admitted.
And permission to publish. Is that again Mr. Calvin Watts?
It is.
Okay. And does he have any emojis on that picture?
He does.
And what are the emojis?
So he's going to have the shell, That's something he,
Oh, can you, because they probably can't see, you have the pointer?
oh, yes, sorry. So you'll see he has like the purple, like the devil emoji in between his eyes. Hundreds of his posts over there. He likes this shell emoji tagging things. These shells is one, he puts two under his eye in the style of like, in my experience or what I've seen through my investigations, like prison or gang tattoos, teardrops under the eye.
Now looking at 470. And who posted 472 BB?
Jasper Walters.
And what is that a picture? Let me ask you a better question. And was Mr. Shamel Drinks also nicknamed Peanut?
He was.
Okay. And after Mr. Drinks murder, is that when you start seeing the nut life 2 times tattoos?
Yes.
Now looking at 473 BV. Now looking at is this Donovan Thomas Jr., Shell Keller?
It is.
Okay. And do you see the 2 emojis or the 2 shells on there?
Yeah.
That it looked like teardrops with prison or his version of teardrops.
Traditionally, through the training and experience that I've had, a teardrop denotes some teardrop under your eye.
When you went to, I'm going to take you back to March 16th of 2022. And when you went to the home and spoke with Mr. He said that he did not give you any information about what happened that night. Is that fair to say?
He was very short. He didn't give me much.
And did you have an opportunity to hear any calls from the wiretap around March 16th to the police or after the police were at the location?
Yes, there were calls after the police myself.
And have you had the opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
We're going to start with at 12:22 a.m. as we're waiting for, after March 16th or March 17th, after the execution of the search warrant, did you learn of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson following a chase from the Chick-fil-A on Cleveland Avenue? And after learning of the apprehension of Mr. Stillwell Jackson, did you begin to any of his jail calls?
I did.
While listening to his jail call, did you ever learn if he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And did you learn where the cell phone, and when I say where, the house, where that cell phone was located? Where did you retrieve the phone from?
The phone from his grandmother's home.
Okay. And once you got the phone, were you able to did you get a search warrant to search the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to go through the contents of that phone?
Yes.
All right. Court's indulgence for a moment. We're ready to publish the March 16th call.
All right.
Where the hell you at? What the heck? That they in the front. Man, they gotta get back.
They can't come in your house.
Yeah, that was my house. Shut up, open the door.
Since they were the one determine who Mr. Garza was speaking with. And do you know what time the police responded to 2831 or March 16, 2022?
I believe it's
12:22 a.m.
yes.
Next, I want to play for you 4:03 a.m.
You good, nigga?
Hello?
You good?
Yeah. Who is this? Oh, I ain't saving no number.
Yeah, for sure.
Where the hell you at? You gone?
Yeah, I'm about to drop my.
Shut up, boy. It's all love, boy. I couldn't wait, boy. I gotta go home.
Oh yeah, yeah. He just ran in the store real quick.
Yeah, shit. It was all love. Wayne, boy. I gotta go, boy. That shit just shook the fuck out of me.
Man, wet, man. Yeah,
Man, that whole just, man, boy, listen, boy, I just said to myself, boy, man, let me out that car. I'm gonna go.
I am. Yes.
In, boy. Ain't moving.
Hey, what? I said the same shit. What? Somebody already think I'm like, yeah, man.
It was being cheap. Actually, it was being cheap. Keep saying, let's get it wrong like that, man. I'm not gonna pay for no room. Man, listen, boy. I just said, damn, boy. They can send nigga right shit. We gonna spend this shit on the room, man.
Man, what? I'm
Fuck
listen,
up.
hey, that's some deep. I'm in there like, I got to get my last 2,000. I got to get a lawyer then. I'm like, man. Well, I'm in that bitch like, yo, man. Damn.
But you won't believe, boy. All the stick, count God, what, and the sticks and shit in the attic.
Ooh, shit. Boy, that was gone, boy.
Yeah, what?
That was gone. Yeah. He said it's all love. He had to get up out of there, boy. What, that way? Yeah. Hell yeah. You know what I mean, though?
Yeah, nah, man. You know how far I gotta go.
Oh, yeah. Hope we got down. Hope we got down. Hold up.
My shit up.
You saying Shannon okay, man?
All right.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You walk past me first thing, I'm like, well, I know for a fact. Hell yeah.
Man, what? You know who she was coming?
She said the same shit though. She like, so you, cause she like, who house is it? I'm like, man, I don't know. I'm telling you my first time here. You like,
Yeah. But I know. I said I know DML. I'm smart. I know they saw them folks got her and took her to the front. I said I know they hit their back cut.
You wouldn't even believe. I'm trying to find out the back cut. That's why I called you.
Man, you talking about? Well, I would have made one straight through the motherfucking bush back there, boy. I'm telling you, I would have trucking back there.
But guess what? We only got caught. This time I mean, once they legs showing, he thinking the house dead, bro.
Man, they tell me they like, so you telling me nobody in the house? I'm like, hell, man, I ain't listen, man. I just pulled up. So shit, I sat outside 3 minutes, popping. Them motherfuckers went to popping. So shit, I went to goddamn ducking and running. They to my so why you it's to my so why you ain't got down? I thought it comes on some. It's to my what so why you ain't got down come out when we said Atlanta police? I'm like shit, I don't trust Atlanta police. I'm thinking these folks. I'm thinking these folks trying to get up. Oh yeah, I stayed in.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're like yeah. I'm like yeah. I'm like look, bro, y'all question me like I'm a suspect. I'm a victim. They're like yeah, you right. They're like. But let us do what we gotta do. We're gonna get back with you then. Let y'all go. Like say less. I'm in the car sleep. When they tell me that, I can't.
You know what they can't get the video from Nick camera, sir.
Hell, nah.
Yeah. Oh.
I know they can't come in here. We good, Brett. I'm telling Brett, like we good, but they probably.
You told me I was in the woods.
Huh?
You told me I was in the woods.
I was up under the house, man. You don't see how dirty I am?
Oh, now we heard them get they and they like, hey, move. She like, hey, I done that. I go out the car and hop in the car, just sit in the car the whole time. That's what they hit though. Man, I go to the other side, try to hop the fence. They like that, hey.
I'm telling you what you gonna do. Go hit that cut, boy.
I know it.
Man, listen, man. You probably made your cut. Yeah, like you ain't from the hood, boy. You know how this shit go. Oh, I would have went back there and made me a cut, boy. I would have been trucking through the motherfucker. That's why I got that shoes, so they're my pants.
Real. They say, so is this about Matt, man? I say, man, I know.
Man, that ain't me. Do I know? No.
Yeah.
I said, man, I'm not even from over here, bro. I'm from Tumbleville area, bro.
Yeah.
So what you doing over here? I came to see a friend, man. I'm trying to talk about this game.
Damn, man. That whole blowing me up. That whole nigga Sheen called it back. I need to put a lock on my phone and take my like how.
This shit crazy, bro. Her drive. Tell her drive slow as possible. I got a stick. I cut my FL out the car. I twirl right there and got in the car, pulled off. They're really why I ain't want to wait on my.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm touching now. Yeah, man. Folks blowing up air. She called too.
Sure. How she get some? How she get that? Oh.
I don't know, cause you know Kira got my Instagram on her phone. Yeah, blowing me up. So she say her and Kira was already on the phone. I get Kira sent her number to
Post.
yeah, post. Damn. But I say, I'm like, yeah, bro.
Bro, listen, bro. I kept saying to myself, I don't know what the fuck. I'm on drill time though, so I'm really like, but I ain't going nowhere. But I'm telling myself, pull off.
Let go.
Man, listen. You said let go. Miles said let go. But I'm on drill time, so I'm just like, man, boy.
Yeah.
I'm so mad. This time they served. He was just telling me like, he was like, either somebody follow D or your girl or it's that whole Elmo. Cause they serve Elmo. I was like, man, Elmo off. Elmo fuck with them folks.
Yeah. Ain't nobody follow me. When nobody on the freeway when I got off of nothing.
Man, listen, man. Don't nobody know my whole car. My whole in a runner, man. Fresh runner, new runner. Them motherfuckers just got any run. And my whole coming from goddamn, all the way from goddamn out here. So, come on, man. Stop playing.
I know for a fact nobody follow me. Y'all need to know what I mean. Don't nobody know I fuck with the hoe.
Don't nobody know what I'm in. That's what I'm telling you. These cars, bro. All these cars are some new goddamn cars. Niggas ain't played.
Yeah. Damn.
They're crazy, bro. Don't nobody know. Them folk don't be knowing where that spot at, man.
Yeah.
Somebody get head drop out, bro.
Boy, on God, boy, that's what I believe. On TV, that's what I believe, boy.
Somebody head get it. Hey, boy, I ain't gonna lie, boy. I know you happy like I'm happy, boy. I'm happy as hell, boy. I just was saying to myself. Get what I just was saying to myself. I just was saying to myself, boy. Man, all these niggas might get out except me and D, boy.
Oh man, I'm good.
I like the him, boy.
Sorry, they got
Yeah.
Who were the two people?
Mr. Garlington and Mr. Stillwell.
And did you hear when in the call they talked about this? They were happy because they didn't go inside because there were sticks in the air.
I heard them speak about sticks being in the gray car and in the attic.
When you went and did the execution of the search warrant on March 17th, 2022, did you find any weapons first in the attic of the home at 2830 Waters Road?
I did not.
Were there any weapons found inside of an Audi vehicle?
I believe there was a rifle recovered from the attic.
Now, when you hear the term sticks, have you heard that term before?
I have.
And how have you heard that term referenced?
Referencing a long gun or a rifle.
And would the gun that was found inside of the Audi on March 17, 2022 be? Now, did you hear when either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell mentioned something or an individual named Elmo?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that nickname at all? Did you hear when either Mr. Stillwell or Mr. Garlington said, "I'm on drill time"?
Yes.
How you heard that terminology?
Like you're ready to go to war, basically.
Did you hear either Mr. talk about the camera footage inside of the home?
Briefly, yes.
And again, and when you went on March 17, 2022, was there any camera footage found inside of the house?
No, based on that call, I included it in my items to be searched for in my.
And was it this call that you used to base the search warrant for you to go into the home?
Yes.
Now, during that call, did you hear with either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell, I guess, talk about their discussion with the police officers on the scene? They told police that they didn't even know Mac. They had no idea who that was.
Yes.
And based on the social media posts that would that be not a true statement that neither Mr. Garlington nor Mr. Stillwell, Mr. McMillan was? Would that be fair to say?
Correct. They knew them.
Now, your kind of continued listening to this wiretap, did you ever find any calls after the death of Mr. Chanel Drinks in the early morning hours of 2022 with Demikion Garlington discussing the shooting or discussing driving back through a certain area?
There was a call where it appeared that he was discussing driving back through and looking at the location.
And have you had opportunity to listen to those calls in preparation for your? I'm going to publish State's Exhibit March 15th, 2022 at 201A.
Yo. All right, man. There's all kind of shit going on. I just jump in the other car. Y'all nigga don't be getting dropped off and then got no motherfucking ride to go back home to. That don't make sense. Yeah, yeah. That's stupid as fuck. And you need to be on the damn hill, so. What's on with it? We right here. We right here down here. Yeah, what? Ride past around the sea. I'll meet up with you. Fill up. Gotta get it filled up for fight, right? Yeah. Alright, I'm listening. I said, alright, I'm from the snow. We're going on. I just, I'm pulling out now. You back turn. You say, I was gonna jump in with y'all. Alright. You know what I'm saying? Kyle, what you doing? Alright, I'm gonna get it pulled up now. Alright. Alright.
It says that he was riding past, just trying to see. And with this call, sitting here now, were you able to data for that call?
I can't recall offhand. I'd have to review it.
Morning hours of March 16th. Did you hear either Mr. Garlington or Mr. Stillwell discuss having an FN and a stick? Is that a type of handgun?
It is.
What we talked about, a long gun.
My experience, it would refer to a long gun.
And did you have any knowledge, Mr. Shannon Jackson, on March 17th, or anything that was found? And did you have any knowledge of an FN gun being found road in one Middle Street and one in the grassy area of Meadow Lark?
Yes, that's my understanding what transpired during this.
And as I work on this case with the DA's office, were you ever asked to locate the receipt?
I was.
And what did you do to obtain that receipt?
I believe I traveled to the pawn shop. Sorry, there's an Arrowhead pawn shop in Clayton County and was able to obtain the receipt for those firearms.
And who was the purchaser?
Mr. Stillwell's ex-girlfriend, Taisha Alexander. Or current girlfriend. I don't know.
Now, when I publish, you're right, this could be good.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll be back with y'all on Monday at 9. So y'all have a good week. Not to let anybody talk to you about the case. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Amongst yourselves. Don't look at any kind of coverage. Don't try to find out through any research, anything about the case or anybody involved. That's about, it. Same thing that's been applicable to y'all for the last year. And we will see you on Monday. Thank you. And as we previously discussed, tomorrow will be an attorney work day.
Your Honor, before break, and I think probably this goes without saying, but I'm going to ask that this witness, Investigator Viverito, be instructed to have absolutely no communications about this case with the state as she is now on the stand.
Yep. You're so instructed. Okay, anything else? No? Okay. All right. Y'all, the work on sorting out the evidence. By 9 tomorrow, available, but I don't plan to come down here and do anything. Ms. Pursfield, as you always do.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I mean, the courtroom is going to be, it's just going to be y'all, the attorneys in court. It's probably nice for the deputies to know when it is they should have it available.
Okay with the court. My preference would be to get her at 10 o'clock tomorrow just because I have a school event.
10.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know why these gentlemen can't get out of bed in the morning, but
I know.
I'll be here by the time they get here.
Okay. Y'all come on up here if we. Yes.
My client would really like to be present tomorrow, Your Honor.
I mean, that's fine with me. I thought I might want a day out of court, but.
We'd like to be here.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, well, y'all can be here too, but court will not be in session.